Y'all know I look rough. It's okay. It's fine. We're family. I don't have to do all that. I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on. Some of you all weren't privy to the last couple of days of classes, which I missed out because we be on YouTube. Won't be over here like that. Hey, 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 everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We gonna see if they gonna play today. Hey, D. I gotta put all these books back. You know what y'all never be here to do? Help me clean up. We pull all these books out for class, and then I pull all these books out for art class, and then I put them over by myself. Nobody be here to put them away. Good morning. Hey, y'all. Hola, hola. So you people, y'all be missing out on class because we really don't do class over here because they restricted. We can't show books. Yesterday we showed so many books. It was so crazy. We don't get to do it over here. So if you've been missing the classes, you either need to go to YouTube or Substack because then you can see the whole class. Good morning, Nikki Pooh. Good morning, T. You said I was so mad to see 5-hour class and no notification. Girl, they are playing. Listen, again, when you get to see stuff before it make the news, then they don't like that. And God be telling us what's going on, because guess what? Egypt had a earthquake, honey. Like yeah, they had an earthquake. Interesting. Good morning, Sheeta. Ain't that crazy? And we was just talking about Egypt. We was just talking about Egypt. Ain't that crazy? 9 days ago. And in those 9 days, they have had fireworks over there and an oil spill, I'm guessing. And then also an earthquake. I think that's interesting. Do y'all think that's interesting? Anybody? Or am I tripping? Good morning, Janae. Good morning. Have you been in class? We've been having some good classes. We've been having some good classes, honey. Thought provoking, I say. You say yes. They were also in my studies of Daniel. Listen, girl. Listen, sister. I like being a part of this club. You said you didn't have my head spinning for 2 days, Auntie. I didn't have two people sucked up in the class. Hilarious. Hey, thank you, sir. You said I have not. School been kicking my butt. Okay, I got you. Don't worry about it. You know that's why we record. That's why we record them. But again, I really like, hey, One Love, I really like our classes when I'm not really teaching, we're learning together. Those classes to me are the most amazing, right? Most of our classes we learn together, but in this sense, this material is all new to me. So we're learning it together and putting the pieces together, and it feels really good, right? I don't have to be the whatever. Like we can just learn together, and that makes me excited. Because the rabbit holes we didn't went yesterday, kind of like, well, yeah, the last 2 days, you right, kind of had me like, what the? This is wild. This is wild. The saliva thing yesterday, different. Just the different things that we're learning that were hidden from us. And I don't know if y'all know, but you said, yeah, the rewatch, I was like, dang, I want to comment, but it was, listen, it was mind blowing. And that's how you know when God says he has a deeper meaning in his word And he says, your thoughts are not my thoughts, your ways are not my ways, you know, or my thoughts are higher than your thoughts. These type things. Now, good morning, Equal. You be like, how have I looked at this my whole life and never saw this? Or even because it's not until he gives you the revelation of what it is that you're looking at that it makes sense. Who feels that? Anybody? Anybody feel that in the last, I don't know how long you've been a WOIUer? You said class brings me back to 2022 class. Stays information. You said so much information out there, so much you can't get enough. Girl, we got a smorgasbord over here, don't we? We not eating stale spaghetti from out the church refrigerator, not another day. Don't serve us these green beans y'all done had in there since the last council. We don't want it. You said it's so cozy in here. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We try to keep a pretty calm learning environment because if you're angry and arguing, you can't hear. It's kind of like a baby that's crying. If you get close to their ear and just start whispering, they have to stop crying in order to hear you. God made it that way, right? And so then we just we try to keep it very comfortable so that you don't feel intimidated. You said all the books in the background. Thank you. We built this. We built this. You want to see it? It's a little messy in here because it's a lot in here. But it goes this way and that, right? And then we got this over here. So it's pretty cool, right? And we built this show. We, as in the community, they helped me fund it and we built it. It wasn't very expensive. And we could, yeah. Didn't we, y'all? We built this room brick by brick. We, as in, y'all sent a lot of the books, and then I had to find a space to put all the trinkets. But amen. We, as in a group. Listen. You said the plant part almost took me out when you first said it, girl. Girl. So we're going to finish that. I want to, but we're not going to go back there. And then also, there's been something that's, you said, why the song we built this city on, the song on Rock and Roll Girl, that is my song. I will bump that while I am dancing around. I know. We built this city on Rock and Roll Girl. I used to just stand in my kid's face and sing that real loud. That's my song. Was wondering why I was up so early today, and I got your notification. I'm ready. Good morning, Garcia. Good morning, Auntie Judy. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I've been up for a couple hours, but I was writing in my journal. Y'all know I gotta get my it was a family collab. It was. I had to get my devotion in this morning. It's been a lot going on in my life, and I just had to get away for a minute, and just not talk or say anything, just be in silence, because sometimes that's needed. I heard the song for the first time when I was watching Paradise. Interesting. Oh, honey, that song. He said, you haven't seen me in forever. Hey, we be on YouTube. We don't be over here no more because they don't let me teach like I used to when we first got here. But we can still semi-do it on YouTube, and then we have Substack. So our classes over here started to get a little boring because we couldn't do interactive learning. It was just me talking all the time. So yeah, we CERCA TROVA on 22. Look, CERCA TROVA 22 still on YouTube. So yes, CERCA TROVA 22. It's still the same. Everything is still the same except for this. I just changed my name because it was a lot of weird stuff happening over here. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I got my armor today. I wasn't ready yesterday, Leandra. Leandra said, folks said I didn't put a new wig on. I done got my armor on. Listen, it's been, when I say our classes are still mind-blowing, and I think Sarah said it yesterday, somebody don't, you got your screenshot fingers ready? I'm about to give it to you. I was watching House of David, and I be loving how I see stuff I never would have paid attention to, only because I know what I know because of class. Girl, now you see why I said sometimes it'd be hard for me to watch the stuff because I got the other pieces. I'd be like, y'all left so much out. Why y'all didn't put that? Would have made the movie even better. Dang, they be trying to hold out. But God said if you want to go looking, there you go. Just look over that Dean part, but that's it. Can you see it? That's my name. Okay. That's where we at on YouTube. So if you ever, because I don't be on here like that, right? Because they don't let us show what we need to. I can't really dress up. They just say I'm trying to sell stuff. I ain't, right, thank you. They don't be telling you when we live either. You heard them. So I don't be knowing what to do. Because they don't tell people when we live. You'll see the live from today in 2 weeks. And they'll be like, CERCA TROVA live. And I'll be sleeping in my bed. Wild. So we also have Substack as well. You can go rewatch the classes there. You said, no, I'm looking at cannabis in a different way, a whole different way. Right. Well, I'm not going to say that because we over here on YouTube. So you said, I see your repost more than you. Right. Right. And you better not tag me in nothing because they probably not going to show me. Listen, I don't know, Candace, when you left or when you stopped seeing us, but if you used to be in class a lot, if you notice, a lot of, excuse me, every time I come in here, because I've been talking to my daughter, no, nothing. Um, have you noticed that a lot of the stuff that our classes were about in early 22, 23, 24, I don't know when you got here, they're on the news now. And so that's why you don't see us, because they wanted this to be a surprise for people, and that's why they started blocking us, because we don't need you telling people our plans prior to us making it like it just happened and we don't know why it happened. Right? That's why they hit our list, because the list that we put up for survival things and stuff like that is everything that people need right now. All of it. The food, the water straws, the solar generators, every single thing. Right? It was fun when it was people was laughing at us, but then when they really put the plan in the order, they was like, oh no, we got to get rid of her. We got to get rid of her. She's told these people too much. Get rid of her. Get rid of her. Go. And that's when we start having the crazy stuff. People can't find me. Even my children were like, it don't show you live. They start messing. Our website is down and everything. We never got our Google clicks. It's all they've been hating on us since the beginning. Believe it. But we 10 toes down in this piece. We don't care if we got 2 people in the class. We gonna teach. Hello. You said, we was like, surprise dudes. We been new. You late. Come on. I know y'all, when people call or they send y'all stuff, y'all be like, I think I remember. In about 20 and 22, I told you, check back with me in a couple years and see if what I was trying to tell you wasn't happening. Right? Now they can't deny the things that you sent. They can't deny the warnings that you gave. They can't deny them. Because you can't go nowhere and not see it. Whether it's at the gas pump. Okay? Hey. You said, I get a lot of, I should have listened to you. I see it now. Girl. Okay, let's do it. Hello, I'm CERCA TROVA with Worldwide We Outside University News, International University News, established in 20 and 22. And I'd like to ask you, did we talk about it? Were there portents that came forth in 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 to prepare the world, not just America, the world, because we actually touched all 7 continents, I believe, in some islands? God had the people's ears open. They wanted to hear. okay? There were people that told y'all, I don't have to worry about that. That's not going to happen. You're thinking too much into it. I don't want to hear about bad stuff all the time. And now what they doing, hearing about bad stuff. You can't open the internet, the news, no social media, and not see some devastating news from one end of the scope to the other. God talked to us about calming our minds. People was telling y'all, you don't need to rush out and get nothing. You just, you probably got time. Just wait. It's still people saying that even with what they're seeing and hearing, because they're blind, like the Bible said. Hey, nephew, have y'all seen the video of the women in ICE Center saying they're being beaten and threatened, and the internet marked the video as sensitive content? Nephew, did we talk about it? Good morning. Did we talk? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Did we talk about it? We talked about them snatching people off the streets and putting them in a place, and it ain't gonna be nothing you could do about it. We talked about them unaliving people in the middle of the streets, and people was just going, they wasn't gonna be able to do nothing. We talked about the military being on our streets. We talked about it. We talked about how it might not even be safe to go outside because we got people up in Idaho or Iowa or wherever that dude was yesterday or the day before that took an AK out and lit it up. How many of you heard me say, hey, you might want to invest in a vest, the soft plushy ones, just to keep it in your car? Definitely for your sons. I asked y'all to get y'all daughters impact pens. Do y'all remember that? I said you can even make them out of resin. Girl, I think you shot 13 people. Hey, just the girl. At the in and out. Sure did. He did. Killed 3 so far. Interesting. Just a girl. We talk about a lot of information around here. Just go to the YouTube and just pick up the vibe. You ain't behind or nothing. Don't worry about it. Just vibe today. We gonna be all over and everywhere. We are not a structured class. We're kind of like a brainstorming class. So there's no like way that you have to be. Just comfortable. That's all we ask. It was in Idaho. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Our classes flow. We talk about God. This is nothing like church. It really is school. Bring your blanket, your coffee, and all of the stuff. Matter of fact, I need to go get mine. All the stuff that makes you happy. You said I saw that me and my boys were talking about it. See? You see? Nice to meet you. You will need a pen and paper if you're going to be in our classes because we don't come here often. I'm going to tell you that. We call this door knocking now. And so what we do is like the old church people used to knock on the door and ask you, do you want to know Jesus? That kind of thing. That's when we come to TikTok. But normally we are on Substack and we're on YouTube because we cannot. But our classes, girl, they go hard. They really do. In every area. And we don't only talk about the Bible. We talk about life. We talk about everything. It's great. It's kind of like therapy for people sometimes. It's therapy for me as well. Okay, let me go get my coffee and my water. I'll be right back. sorry, y'all. I be forgetting it's in here. Okay. Like therapy all the time. Hilarious. Not when y'all said I be bunking y'all on the head and stuff. Y'all be trying to make people think I abuse y'all. Scaring people from the live and stuff because y'all be telling people she can snatch my edges back. I don't got no hair. I need an ambulance. Not ambulance. An ambulance. Um, yeah. But you know what? It's really crazy because I used to get a lot of vegetables and boats and cars and stuff thrown at me. And now they don't do that. Every once in a while it'll be a tomato or something. But they're so civilized now. When I got over here, they were the wildlings. If you've ever watched Game of Thrones, that's kind of what I was dealing with when I got here. And so I had to get my whip out and crack it a little bit. But they are perfect classmates now. You don't have to worry about them throwing food at you or anything. None of that. Absolutely any of it. They gonna treat you nice. They not gonna gang up on you or nothing. Yeah, they're great. I promise. You said, I mean, you do, but it's all for the better. I'm still hurt and addicted to the pain. Hilarious. You said we changed our ways. We tamed ourselves. Come on. Come on. No. Y'all ain't tamed yourself. Don't even. I would have never had to look over my. Granted, you did change, but no, that whip came out. That had to come out a lot. And this, where's this thing at? Hold on, let me find it. No, you didn't, girl. As hard as I done worked over here crying and stuff, this right here would have never had to come out if that were the case. Hey, wake up, get yourself. You better not say that. Don't you say that no more. Happy birthday, Angie. Happy birthday. You said whipped us right into shape. Okay, cause this was the wildlings over here. Oh, about to say y'all was wildlings. I was wild too. I don't cuss people out no more and stuff like I used to. The Lord has worked on me. We have been sanded down, haven't we? We've been sanded down. The Lord has made the rough places smooth, honey, and the jagged ways straight. Thank you, Lord. Because, baby, we was all wild. I was a wildling, too. But you got to be a wildling to understand the wildling talk. You got to be. You said wildling kids for a wildling teacher. Sounds about right. I'm trying to tell you. The lashings of it all. Yes. And look at y'all now. And now, guess what? Y'all have to go out and deal with the wildlings. You said, love it. I've watched since 2021 on and off and on. I have to go to YouTube and start watching again. Well, thank you. Listen, we didn't have some amazing classes. We're almost at 2,000. That's wild. We all refined now. Yeah, y'all is real refined. Okay, so let's ask a question. Do you all now see yourselves in other people when you're trying to tell them about the things that you've learned and how it's so much bigger? Do you see how closed-minded you probably were prior to this? Or how your view was really skewed? Thank you. Now you run into yourself and you just breathe real hard, don't you? Like, can I show you something? Can I ask you a question? Matter of fact, can you just go look at this right here? You don't even got to go to the lost book. Just go right here. What is this? Do you see that? Do you see what's not there? It's not what's on the paper. It's what's not on the paper that you should be looking for. No, you don't want to. You fine with just, oh, okay. You said, I've never really joined your class as a certified student, but I sit and listen whenever I see you. Okay. Well, you're only a certified student if you sit and watch. So technically, yeah, you've been a student since whenever you came in. That's the enrollment. Get a pen and paper, listen, and try to apply what you learn here. That makes you a student here. You said, unfortunately, yes, Stockholm Syndrome had me on lock. Okay. Okay. This is a free university, honey. You ain't got to do nothing but just get in and apply it where it goes. That's it. That's why I did, honestly, for those of you that haven't been here, this is why I didn't want to do this like church, right? Because then you're already on the defensive. So even if you come in and you hear something that hits home, if you have a negative view or experience with certain situations, then you might not hear. That makes me excited. It really does. It makes me excited. You see what I'm saying? Because again, if you have a negative emotion tied to it, sometimes it's hard to get past that barrier. If you don't feel like you fit in, I want everybody to feel like they fit in. I want you to come in your pajamas and whatever you got and get your pen and paper and get your coffee or water or whatever you need and just learn, because a lot of the information, and I don't know if y'all feel like this as well, a lot of the information that we've received wasn't even for us, it was for the people around us. Who feels like that now? A great portion of it was for us, but how many classes have you been able to send to somebody and say, look, this is your situation right now, but look, blah, 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 blah. Or this is the answer to, a health issue or whatever else it is. A lot of the information that we received here, we've been able to take that and bless a lot of other people with it. And their lives were changed as well, which is exactly what spreading the good news is. Giving out solutions. Okay. Okay. That's what it is. You said they love when I put you on the speaker. You always hitting home for someone. Tasia, it's a real thing. God be doing, listen, this is a thing. People think you got to be shoving stuff down people's throat. You don't. God constantly told people, Jesus constantly told people, come and learn of me. Learn my ways. Take your time. Folks want to rush you into this and that and all this old crazy stuff. Again, people used to get mad at me because I used to say, why do we need salvation? Oh, because Adam and Eve sinned. Yeah, but it's more to it than that. You have to understand what your forefathers did. Who now, in the research that we've been doing the last couple of days, understands that even deeper? Understanding what your forefathers did and who they were and what happened so that you can understand exactly what the devil is going to send to you. Yeah. The only way for it to become a generational curse is if nobody's paying attention. The demon just gets to stay generation to generation. But if somebody understands, okay, this isn't just how our family is. Something happened to great-great-grandma, and ever since then, this thing has been plaguing our family, then you can get rid of a lot of mental illness. Because mental illness in a lot of scenarios is just your mind trying to regulate itself to be okay with what happened. But when the trauma is too much, and you say, I can't, I don't want to, then you allow another spirit to then come in and take care of it for you. You said crazy because I was literally talking about this last night with my husband about some family dynamics. Well, that's why you here today, just the girl. See how that worked? That's why we don't force people to come in. And you said this is your first time being in here. This your first time to the live? Oh, okay. That's how it work over here. That's why these people been here so long, because every day it'd be like that. Ain't that crazy? Don't tell them I told you. They a little aggressive sometimes. I be having to call my daddy on my sparkly phone. Let me show you. See this phone right here? This is the line to my Father in heaven. And a lot of times I have to turn around here and call on them. I have to call upper management because they get a little aggressive over here. They get a little aggressive, honey. You said, it's so funny. I just finished my psychology class, and all I could think about was this class and the spirits we talked about. Come on, baby. See? See? See how that worked? And people don't want to go deeper in the word to understand. It's like, why? It's gonna apply to every. I sure do tell on y'all, sister. I sure do. Listen. But see, okay, let me ask you a question. The things we've studied, do they not apply to pretty much everything in your life? Hey, you said I may have been missing in this class, but it has been applying to everything. Oh, okay. It's okay. Everything. Now, with us expanding our studies, we can help so many more people with understanding. And not just understanding the scriptures, no, understanding life. So that the devil cannot continue to bash them and beat them and abuse them. Hey, we still be on YouTube pretty much not every day, but consistently, at least 4 or 5 days a week, unless I got some personal stuff going on. We still be on. We don't be on here because they don't let me teach. You said yes. I see everything with new eyes. Good. Excuse me. Good. You said I saw a man with mental illness. The spirits tormenting him were moving curtains and showing their shadow. Yep, Dean, the torment is real. Girl, that's okay. Folks can act like it. Listen, we have people in here that work in mental hospitals, and we've had stories, we've seen all kinds of stuff. You understand? People don't want to believe. First of all, if you act like something didn't happen, God can't help you with it. And that's where the devil wants you to stay. If you don't acknowledge that it happened, whatever it is, then he can torment you with that. But if you immediately take that issue to the Lord in prayer or just say, God, help me with it, he will do it. You said, I've seen it all. Come on, niece. Okay? You don't have to stay sick. God is a healer of minds first. And how you know this is because Jesus would always, the Savior would always ask a question. You said I had a spirit come to me after my grandma passed. It kept at it for over a year. Kaylin. And if they can't get you, they will go to your children, little brothers and sisters. This is why somebody got to understand what's happening. Everybody can't be in the dark about the spiritual realm in one house. Somebody has to see. And normally, the seer in the family, nobody wants to listen to them. You want to know how I know? Here we go. I have over 1,000 family members, and that is not a joke. And when I tell you, out of 1,000 family members, just through my granddad's side, probably only maybe 6 listen to me at all, not counting my children. That's not a joke. It is a real thing that dreams. You see what I'm saying? Dreams are a real thing. Now, sometimes they can be influenced by the wrong spirits, right? But think about this. Okay, think about night terrors, right? Doesn't it seem like night terrors really only affect the youngest? Sometimes it's the middle child, right? But normally the night terrors, it seems like they're always with the youngest, like whoever is the youngest in the house or the younger children in the home. Why? Why after 13 or 14 or 15 do you not really have night terrors anymore? Some people. Is it because the spirit has already gotten their way in? And so then they don't need to torment you, because that's one of the ways that spirits get in is through fear. If you can open up a portal of fear into a baby, then they don't need to keep tormenting them because now they have easy access. They can just go in and out of the body the way that they need to. Mental illness. Whatever spirit wants to hop in and hop out, hop in and hop out, hop in and hop out. Right? I wonder if demons, bad spirits feed off the adrenochrome or terror of the. Of course. Baby girl. Now you. Good morning. We just got on. We ain't been on that long. You know that that's what it is. Of course. Huh. Okay, think about this. The fathers of the giants, right? God already told them their fate and the fate of their children. Yes or no? That's true. My baby had a dream bugs was crawling all over her, and she had the same dream again. I said, nope. I prayed all through the room. They already know. So you don't think that they want us to feel what they have to feel? That's why they bring fear and torment, because that's what they're going to. He said, I seen multiple spirits. It was definitely scary. Everyone said it was sleep paralysis. I said, I was awake. Of course you were. Of course. I know exactly what you're talking about. My grandmother, who passed away, was a pastor. And my mom and them, I don't know if they really ever believe me or not, but my grandma taught me how to pray. And she told me what to say. But I didn't know that my grandma had the same ability, even though she wasn't my biological grandmother. God put me with her because she could understand my gift. People don't want to listen and study. No, they don't. They absolutely don't. That's why they don't listen. Now, okay. Do y'all see why a lot of the clergy was coming in here giving me a hard time? Hello. When we first started this, you said when my oldest was little, she used to dream that birds were attacking her. And we know that demons turn into birds all the time. Good morning, Jasmine. Good morning. Right? So you got to think, I was being attacked for trying to help people get free. Right? Because you got to have the strategy. The Bible talks about us being at war with spirits, with things you cannot see with your natural eyes, or you can only see them in the dark, and all of these things. So then why are we not more focused on the warfare that we are in for our souls, more so than finances and shiny things? Not all of them. I'm just saying they do. Not all of them. Do you see what I'm saying? Because having money is not going to help me if my house is in turmoil, because there are spirits running through here causing strife, headaches, craziness, abuse, and all. What good is a lot of money going to do? What good is a nice hat going to do when there's no peace in my home? There are some situations in health, it don't matter how much money you got, they can't help you. So not teaching your children to pray, not teaching your children, and I'm not talking about all loud and crazy. I'm talking about teaching your children how to call on God, because you're not with them 24 hours a day. You don't know what they see. You don't know what they experience. And I'm talking about little ones all the way up. You said, is it maybe because we weren't taught or seen it? Right. Well, most pastors will not let you study the spiritual. They quickly shoo you away from that. You said, I've been away for too long. I needed this. I got scared praying for people in Bible study. You just don't have the tools. Okay. Be honest. And I asked this question the other day. How many of y'all, we talk about demons, right? But have you ever really studied how many demons there are? Have you ever looked up their names? Have you ever looked up their ranking? Because again, they fell from the ranking of angels. So there's a ranking. They have legions. One demon can be over 40 legions Some of them are over 200 legions. Okay? So you saying I'm a Christian, or I'm in spiritual warfare, folks just be talking because they can't name 10 demons. Okay? Sigils, etc. Exactly. They don't know how to recognize when there's a demonic symbol at the restaurant. I'm gonna tell you when people got mad at me. I'm gonna get my stuff because I know how this goes. This is my shield for when y'all want to throw stuff at me. Okay, here we go. Ready? And I was one of these people too. The Bible talks against occult and witchcraft, right? Right? I'm about to show you where people's like, she's going too far. Huh? The Bible talks against witchcraft, the occult, things like that. Right? And if most Christians see a person that has on like goth clothing, or they have a symbol on their arm, they'll start fake speaking in tongues and, ooh, I knew my spirit was just wasn't right. Right? Right? Because they can see the outward appearance. But they pastors be masons doing rituals in their face and they can't see it because he's dressed a certain way and he talks a certain way. Their pastor was a part of a sorority that does rituals, but baby, that don't interrupt their spirit, honey. They don't get no bad vibes, honey, from the person actually doing rituals. That did rituals to be able to bump shoulders with people. And the gods that they worship are the fallen angels' children in those sororities. Make it make sense. Tell me. You say, yeah, like when we was talking about the symbol of them bathtub flowers. Yep, only because I have watched a lot of horror movies. I want to know what I was seeing. Come on. And making good gospel too. Come on. Come on. So how is it that you only get a feeling of spiritual whatever it is when you see it? Okay? Now, how many Christians do you think have Disney things in their home? We start putting magical blankets and things in our children's room before they're born. Because Disney says, I quote, we are the most magical place on the planet. But magic, when you talk to a Christian, is supposed to be bad. Oh, okay. So then why in the world, if magic is bad and y'all don't believe in the occult and y'all are quick to say kill every witch, do you dress your children up as witches and warlocks and demon beings and put all that stuff around their house and you don't even know what the symbols mean? You said houseway, Spider-Man is throwing up the Baphomet, which means hell Satan, and you done bought your grandson everything Spider-Man. Tinkerbell is a fairy, a fury, a evil spirit, a malicious spirit, a malevolent spirit, and you will buy your granddaughter and daughter everything Tinkerbell. Literally show her sprinkling magic dust. But you don't get no feeling from that. Oh. But seeing a person dressed in all black, you just assume that they worship the devil and they do rituals and they drink blood and all of this stuff. Whole time it's your pastor. The bishop. He tells you about his degrees he got and and the sorority, that when he was in college, and he tells you the struggling story, but the part that he leaves out is the rituals that he did and what gods he swore to prior to becoming a pastor. And if he sees those people, he will still say certain phrases and give certain handshakes so that they know that he is a part of the secret society. The society that most of the people that patronize the church, they don't know. But because he speaks a certain way and he's a part of a certain organization, then you don't get no vibes that he's a Satan worshiper. That's why I be saying y'all be going to the synagogues of Satan and don't even know it. He said not to mention the deprived things that are put in children's shows, the depraved things that are put in. Yeah. He said literally all the movies I grew up on and didn't realize: Cinderella, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Pinocchio, etc. Yep. Yep, I have to watch these movies with my kids. Yep. Real recognize real, energy recognize energy, and energy don't lie. Come on. Is that why there's so much abuse of children in the church? Because that's what occultists do. There's a lot of abortions that are made to happen because people don't want to be embarrassed that their daughter or their son is having a child out of wedlock. And so then there are child sacrifices in those places as well. Interesting. There's a lot of swapping partners in the church. Well, back in the day, we used to call that an OG. So a lot of the practices that Satanists or occultists practice are happening. The occultists love extravagance. Yeah. Hello. You said I watch all this stuff. No clue. Shame on me. Not shame on you. You weren't taught to look for it because you. How many pastors told y'all stay away from spiritual stuff? Be honest. If you get to talking about demons and understanding magic, baby, they are quick to tell you, don't go over there. Roman and Grecian practices. Come on. They quick to tell you, no, we don't read about that. We don't study about that. You don't need to know that. That's not a part of salvation. Fighting the devil that literally Jesus said the princes, the principalities of darkness and the rulers of darkness and in high places, we ain't supposed to learn about them and know how they move. Got it. So you just want to leave me open for Lucifer to take arrows and shoot me whenever he feel like it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Why would I not need to learn how my enemy moves and I'm in a spiritual war? That makes no sense. I need to know what my enemy looks like. You said right openly, blonde, too. Listen, you said I was told all the time to not question God. Come on. No, I didn't see that. T. I absolutely did not see that, but I believe it. Not being able to call things out by name, so they can say come out demon, and the demon, that's why they snicker like that. And even in the movies. And you see they be asking, what's your name? What's your name? And then they always say, oh, I done went by a lot of names. Interesting. Until the one priest comes in that knows exactly who the demon is and calls out the name, and then they sad. Somebody got to know. You said that's how I got kicked out of my church years ago, asking questions. Yes, pastors told me I didn't need to be watching the horror movies. Can I ask you a question? Do you feel like that now? You said I was told I shouldn't because I'm a babe in Christ, and not to study stuff like that, like it's wrong, like that it's wrong. Interesting. You feel like that now? Or do you feel like a stronger Christian because you actually understand who your enemy is, what they do, what their symbols look like, how they can morph into other things? You said that's why all these exorcists fail due to lack of understanding. And we call them deliverance ministries. And baby, my mama say they go down a wet devil and get up a wet devil. The church is gonna be empty because I know people, they not telling us what they really need to. Well, I'm not gonna say they gonna be empty because people only want to hear what they want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the stuff that's actually gonna help their children. You said feel like a stronger believer, no longer on the milk. Come on, because we eat steak and potatoes over here. Sweet potatoes, as a matter of fact, yams. Huh? And do is we gonna eat over here if we ain't gonna do nothing else. Hello. So, off the subject, on the subject. Okay. Y'all know we were studying about Cain and his line and why it cuts off at a certain point, but it shows us later on in history that his descendants were still living. So why in all the Bible charts and even in our Bible, it don't say, like, after Cain got cursed, you don't hear nothing else about him. It doesn't even tell you in the KJV that he died. So it doesn't tell you that Eve died, and it doesn't tell you that Cain died in Genesis. Okay, it just says that he went and built a city, he started having kids, his wife got pregnant, and that's it. You don't hear nothing else about Cain until later on when they say your father, or, you know, they're referencing him, but it never even says that Cain died. Them going to church is a ritual routine. Yep, so they going no matter what, if they learn or not, that part. Did you know? It will not show you where the first woman died, and it will not show you where the firstborn son, because there's other accounts that Abel was born before Cain, but again, this book was edited to look like it needed to look. And then also in Genesis 5, when it's talking about the genealogy of Adam, under all of those people that are named, it says, and they had other sons and daughters. Nobody ever goes looking for that. I'm not going to say nobody. A lot of people don't. They're just fine with, right? Because most people think Adam and Eve only had 3 sons and that was all the kids, because you never heard a daughter's name. But it says right under there that Adam and Eve, after they had other children, and then every man that's listed, and it said they named like the first or second born son or a few of the kids, but right under that it says, and they were born to them other sons and daughters. Right? That's important. It's not in there, but you need to go looking for it. Right? It says that Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. Who are they? Where did they go? Right? We only hear about the children that stayed in ancient Mesopotamia, in that area, but right in your Bible it says other sons and daughters. So, that being said, I was thinking about something, because y'all know I'm a Hobbit, Lord of the Rings type of girl, right? Y'all know that. And there's been a couple of times, like when they had the series on Prime, I said, wait a minute, that name is similar to this name, and this name is similar to this name. And then remember when we was watching Game of Thrones, I said, y'all, look at the maps. You should see something there, right? And some of y'all seen it, and some of y'all didn't, which is fine. Well, and I'm not going to show y'all the book. I cannot, because they be tripping. Okay, this is for educational purposes only. TikTok. There's a book called The Atlas of Middle Earth, and it's Lord of the Rings, right? But as y'all can see, I was going through there last night, right? And I found some very interesting things. Okay. I know, Miss Thompson. I do know that. We talked about it yesterday in class. There's also an account that says that one of his grandsons thought he was an animal because he had all kind of hair on him, and they hit him with an arrow. So there's a couple different accounts. We just know in the lost books that it does tell us that he passed away. I'm just saying, in the KJV, NIV, those two Bibles are, you know, all the versions that we know, it doesn't show that Cain ever died. It says nothing about his death. As a matter of fact, it don't even tell you how long his kids lived. You don't hear nothing about the ages. And I have a few different Bible charts here that you don't know how long they lived. Because it doesn't tell you. But I want to show y'all a map and tell me, okay, if you've ever seen a place with a similar name. Okay, so we're going to look at this map and tell me if you've ever seen a place with this with a name that's similar to this, okay? I'm going to show y'all first. In this area right here. And then look at this mountainous region here. Just take a look at that, right? Y'all see the mountainous region, and y'all see this. Okay. Where'd it go? Hold on. There we go. Y'all see that? Come on. Right? Y'all see this mountainous region up there? Y'all see it? Interesting. Okay? There's one more name that I need you to look at. It's right there. Do you see a name that is... Uh-oh. Hold on, because I'm doing this backwards. There we go. Y'all see a name that's interesting? Right here. What do we know about ER, UR, and IR? ER, UR, and IR, and AR. What do we know about those prefixes? What do we know? IR, UR, ER, and AR. What do we know? Tell me. They're places, but something more specific. They're interchangeable, used interchangeably with names of places, right? So in Lord of the Rings, when I see Eric, ER, ECH, it's really Uruk, UK, or as we know it now, IRAQ, Iraq. Because Iraq is close to Lebanon, is it not? See how they play in our face? Because I've been putting these maps. I said, this is... So what if some of Cain's line is hid in stories like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones? Because y'all know I watch it, right? And they have like Aemon, and Aemon Targaryen is Ammon. If you look at how they spell the names on Game of Thrones and House of Dragons, it's the AE that came from Ethiopia. And Egypt that used to be in front of, AE used to be in front of all those names. Wordplay. We talk about this though. Huh? There was a place called Targama. We have something called the Targum with the white hair. Come on. The Middle East is Middle Earth. If you go and you look up all the maps that they try to make you think it's the Middle East and that northern part of Europe. Because even in Game of Thrones, they traveled down to Egypt when they went on the King's Road and all of that. If you go through Game of Thrones, you'll see they're up by the cold areas, which would be Russia and all of that, the European areas. And then they went down and they had property down in Egypt. And then you can tell at a time they went to India and then they went to Persia because that's who Khal Drogo was. Because the Persians were known for their horse riding. Okay? And if you look at, you just got to pay attention. Look at the what they wear. Right? But the names that they use give it away. Like Bag End, I think is Baghdad. If you look at, again, this could be set in David's time, because how are you giving timelines and saying how many soldiers? Now, this book I got right here is giving timelines, right? And I can't even show it. We're going to have to do it in another class. But 30 BCE or AD. But they don't put the AD or BCE on there. But if you have a book of ancient wars that happened and who they were going against, then I can go get my battles by map from the beginning, because the first war in there is the Hittites and Egypt, and those, the 7 kingdoms, the 7 continents. Come on. Okay. Listen. Okay. Remember, Gandalf was bigger than the men. The regular sized men. Gandalf was taller than everybody. And he said he had been living a long time. Gandalf, the magician, was taller. He was as tall as the elves. Now, we got that giant book in there that shows you. And remember, in the beginning of the earth, men were not 6 feet tall. We've gotten smaller. Adam and Eve were 30 feet tall, them and their sons. Educational purposes only. So if you look here, this is a 6-foot man. This is a giant that is 9 to 24 feet. That's a giant that is 25 or so to 70 feet. And then this one goes from 71 feet to several hundred. Is this not like the Game of Thrones? Or, what you call it? The Hobbit. And if you think about if this was really standing next to this, in Numbers, it talks about how the men saw them as grasshoppers or very small. If he stood straight up, he's like a mountain. Okay. So when you go back, this is why I asked y'all to get as many old maps and stuff as you can, because it's some very interesting stuff. But to play in our face would be, we're going to sell you this as a storyline, and whole time it's Cain's line that just came up missing. But there's all these people and their names and the people that they married. Because remember, we looked up the mark of Cain. We know what it is. But that was only for 7 generations or 70 generations or whatever it was. Right? I think it was 7 generations. Was it 70? 77 generations, 70 generations, whatever. And then the color would come back. But in 7 generations or 70 generations, there's already the genetics of said curse. Okay? There's already people living for however many generations that have the curse of Cain. But no books tell you where those people went or what happened to them. You don't really see no black people, right? In a lot of the Celtic movies, you don't really see, you see very few. There's a reason for that. Because you can look through any of these books and see where the melanated people were, right? And what do they tell us? White folks just showed up at this amount of time. Well, how they just come out of nowhere? No. Cain's line was cut off. And for 70 or 7 generations, there was a leprous white spot on the skin. Okay? For however many generations that he was cursed. Okay, so there was people being made during that time. It was considered leprosy. It was a leprous white spot, right? Now, if everybody in Africa is my shade or darker, you're going to see vitiligo stand out. Yes. And I'm not saying vitiligo is the mark of Cain. I'm using something we can use right now. If you see a person with vitiligo and they are a little bit lighter than me, and it's noticeable. My brother had it. He's very dark, and his fingertips were pink. His lips started going pink. His toes were going pink, and it had been happening for a while. He didn't say nothing to nobody because it started on his feet. Okay? So white people didn't just show up. Because this is a map of, okay, educational purposes only. So look at this. This is where the end of, in the days of Jared, which was only 7 generations. See, this is the end of Irad, Mahulia, and it don't tell you how long they lived, but it tells you how long Enos lived, Canaan. This was Seth's line right here. So why it don't tell us how long Tubal-Cain lived, Naaman, Jubal of Ada, and it don't tell us how long Lamech lived, Methuselah, none of these. This is Cain's line right here. And you see how it cuts off? And there's no more. You just don't see nothing. But the flood didn't happen, right? I'm about to show you when the flood happened now. I'm thinking so. You see that? This is, just so y'all know I'm not lying now. Hold on. Because I don't want y'all to think she didn't. Okay, look. Right here. Uh-oh. See, just so you know, this is Cain's line. This is, he built the city of Enoch as soon as he had his son. This is Cain's line. Boom. Right there. Okay? This is Cain's line right here. So just so you know where it is. Abel's is cut short right there. Okay? Adam and Eve had other children right here. We know this. Okay? So, boom, boom, boom. Now, That's the end of Cain's line. In the seventh generation, where did they go? These people had kids. Jubal, Jabal, uh, Tubal Cain, and Naaman. They have children. Where they go? And I just showed you in the Bible it don't say Cain died. So where did these people go? And why don't we know how long they lived? Because here shows you Enos was 905, Canaan 910, Mahaliel 895. I'm reading this backwards, y'all. Jared 965, I think 962. Enoch, the other one, lived 365 years. Methuselah lived 969. So we know exactly how long Seth's line lived, but not Cain's. And the flood, okay, now look at all this time now. The flood started, okay, so this is Adam and Eve, boom, boom, boom. We go out. We know Adam lived 930 years and so did Eve, right? She died 6 days after Adam. Here we go. Enoch, so it's he lives 365 years, boom, boom, boom. Here go Adam. Adam's still alive right here. Adam is still alive, okay? Are you seeing this? Adam is still going. So it's saying that Cain's line just disappeared, but Adam is still alive right here. So the flood hasn't happened yet. Boom. Okay. Who's born? Right here, about 50 years after Adam. Okay. Noah. And we know that he was 600 years old. Okay. But roughly 500 to 600 years old when the flood started. So that's still another 500,000 years from when Noah was born to when the flood happened. Where is Cain's people? Because the flood don't happen for another page. Boom. Okay? So then where are they? We'll say from when Cain started his city. Let's say it was 2,500 years. You don't think that he had no other descendants after it showed you his one daughter and his three sons? You don't think in 2,500 years there were people born from them? The cursed line of Cain? We know there had to be, because later on in the flick it says that Seth's line and Cain's line intermixed and God was not happy about it. But the reason that he was not, his line did started to mix with Seth. So where did they come from? Right? If it shows that they're cut off, it doesn't show anything else about them. Where were they? Where was they living at? Where did they go? People say, oh, these people just showed up about so many years ago. No, they didn't. They're just a part of the line, okay? Because the color was taken only for, was it 70 generations or 7? It was 70 generations, right? That he was cursed, or 7 generations. 7 or 70, I can't think of it right now. Whichever one, okay? There was a leprous white spot, okay? That was on his, it should be 7, okay. 7 generations. It's a lot of people that can be born in 7 generations. Especially back then. Okay? So for 7 generations, you hear nothing. Absolutely anything of Cain's line. And then, could that be Hear me now. Just let me say this. Okay. If you've ever read a book called The Book of Lamech of Cain, okay, and you see that Cain had a son named, or grandson named Lamech, or son named Lamech, grandson. He was in his lineage. So there was a Lamech in Seth's line, and there was a Lamech in Cain's line. Okay, there was a Mahaliel in Seth's line, and there was a Mahaliel in Cain's line. Okay, just like we do now, right? We'll name our kid after one of our brother's kids or one of our brothers or whatever. It's the same thing back then. Okay, this is the thing. Cain kept doing stuff that was pissing God off. And he said, I'm not going to be provoked by him. So he just completely ignored his bloodline. And they did more and more things to make God angry. You said, so they don't want us to know where they came from, right? But you can find it. Even when they said Seth line got with Cain, like a show. The Cain line came back. Oh, there was a show. Well, think about this. Okay. If you've ever studied what happened in the city of Enoch, it's mind-blowing. And that's what we've been doing. We've been studying it, but we're going even deeper into that. Okay? If you ever wondered where certain rules came from in like Deuteronomy, Leviticus, it was because of what was happening in the first city, the city of Enoch. The whole don't get with an animal, city of Enoch. Don't drink blood, city of Enoch. Don't touch like your children, city of Enoch. Don't sleep with dead people, city of Enoch. This was the first city. Necromancy was happening there. CSAM was happening there. Family pleasure was happening there. And there's a book. You can read it. I'll show you. You can screenshot. I'm not going to show you that, but I will show you what was going on in the city of Enoch so that you don't think I'm crazy. Here we go. Screenshot for educational purposes only. Look. See that? Lamech had a daughter by his wife Zillah, and Naamah, boom, boom, boom. And the sons of God. And the sons of God in the midst of the city of Enoch were mighty. They had power and authority. Well, that's two types of angels. And we know that sons of God are angels. And they had their way with anyone they laid their hands on. Interesting, kind of like the elite. And the sons of God showed man how to do what? Mix the blood of animals and fish and humans and angels and other abominations in the city of Enoch. The sons of God were extravagant and ruled over the city of Enoch with misery, and there was no rest in their hatred. With this misery, they mocked men with songs, for the destruction of the wicked is singing. And this right here, see this? And there was violence on the earth and violence in all things, for there were less women, and the men continually sought after strange flesh for gratification. The wrath of living things was a force that the earth had never seen. Evil spread like locusts, resting upon every part of the land, and there will never be evil such as that again. Here we go. Men uncovered the nakedness of their fathers and their mothers. They uncovered the nakedness of their brothers and sisters and the nakedness of their own children. And men approached their blood relatives to uncover their nakedness, sharing all that was carnal with their family. And the prize was to uncover a woman's nakedness during her menstrual impurity. They were more carnal than any men who have ever walked the earth since. For they did not have the understanding of man, for carnal men know and fools understand. Isn't that all that's going on in the elite families right now? The people that worship Baal. Ain't that what's happening? Ain't this what we seeing in the certain yellow manila folders? So maybe the reason that they hid a lot of that is so that you wouldn't recognize it and know that it's the line of Cain. Interesting. They didn't disappear, they hid. They didn't disappear, they just hid. Mm-hmm. Oh, blood sacrifices were offered with leaven in the city of Enoch. So they mocked God and did holy bread while offering blood sacrifices, and they were sacrificing their children. You don't believe me? Here it go. And I know it's backwards, but see that? Blood sacrifices were offered with leavened bread. Why? Because the fallen angels knew, because the fallen angels were in heaven with Jesus. Jesus was the first thing created. Then all of the planets and all of that stuff. They knew the plan. So as soon as they fell and started to mate with the women, they taught their children to desecrate everything God thought special. Wild, right? They're the ones that taught war. They're the ones that taught magic. They're the ones that taught magic medicine, which is called pharmacy now. It's called the Book of Lamech of Cain. We also know, right? They're also in Jasher. It tells you that they're the ones that taught women birth control, because they didn't want their bodies to look like they had ever, like, no stretch marks. So they had them drink a drink, and actually, one of the women on the boat, one of Noah's sons, had already drank it. They tricked her, whatever, but she had already drank it, and God opened up her womb anyway. Right. Wonder where birth control came from. The fallen angels, because and matter of fact, Galadriel or Gadariel is in this Middle Atlas book. He had a whole place. Well, that's the name of the fallen angel that taught all the men death blows to stop life, and that's the name of some birth control in real life. Gadariel, Galadriel, they play with the spellings, but he's the angel that taught they. Yep. And they hid their lineage in the animals and sea creatures. Right. Right. Those were the monsters that and a lot of the giants that were going up. And still it was okay. If you've watched Narnia, a lot of that is real. The beings that were talking, and she said, "Hello, son of Adam and daughter of Adam." They different, they made a, what's the name? There was a difference. We know, y'all. Go back and watch Lord of the Rings and listen to what they say. Sons and daughters of Adam. Well, the reason that they knew the stories and they talked about what happened a long time ago and all of this is because they were family. It was one brother's line against the other, and this is why God didn't want them mixing. You can't find an English version of Narnia. I'm sorry to hear that. Son of Adam. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Daughters of Eve. Excuse me. You're right. Okay. But they could talk. They could talk the same language. Well, that was a true thing. And again, some of you might have been right. Right. So I don't know if y'all remember this, if you were here a couple years ago, but angels sleeping with animals and men and teaching them how to mix the blood was to undo what God did in the garden. God removed our ability to understand the snake or animals, period. So they got barks and chirps, and they didn't. Every living thing at that time spoke the same language. Okay, but God removed the ability for us to understand animals when we listen to a snake over him. So when the fallen angels came down and started making all those beings, it was to make the animals be able to talk again, to undo what God did. Well, that's the same thing as the Tower of Babel. Now cows could talk again. Now goats could talk and we could understand them. And they can also understand goat. Now fish could talk to us again. Disney shows us what it was. Okay? Now, all of the animals that had their speech removed could speak again. Just like man has tried to undo what God did at the Tower of Babel and give us the Babel app and the Babel app, Babel, and all of the Google Translate. That's to undo what God did. Well, why did God make 70 languages or more? The reason he did that is because when men all spoke the same language, they became more evil and they could get together and go against him. That is what the Tower, the translators write. So God undid the language. Well, same thing happened in the garden. It's just a repeat. This is why we see lion-headed and dog-headed people, is because that was the breach between animals and humans being able to speak again. And we always see people in the occult talking to animals, and the animals can talk back to them. But it is a spirit that allows that to happen. There's a magical connection that allows that to happen. Crazy, right? Yeah. The mediums in between the animals and the humans, just like there's mediums that talk between the living and the dead. It's the same thing. Crazy, right? I encourage you, again, to go look in your Bible. There are certain fathers and mothers in the Bible, like they don't even want you to know David's mama name. They don't want you to know that David had a giant wife. They make it like he only had Bathsheba, but he had 7 or 8 wives prior to her. That's why the prophet had to come to him and say, here's this one man with a whole bunch of sheep. Here's this one man that only got one, but he gonna take the one man's sheep or goat or whatever and keep it, even though he already got a whole stable of them. That's because, hey, and he had concubines. Exactly. David did not just have one wife. He had several wives prior to Bathsheba. Well, one of them was a giant. You said this school, this school, this school. That's why they don't want you to know David's mama name and the line that she came from. Hello. Just like Jacob's sons were giants. That's how they was able to fight. What was that one king's name? I can't remember what his name was, but they went up, Bilsath, I think his name was. He was 22 feet tall or something like that. Yep. And Jacob and his brothers, it was 3 kings actually. 3 kings also. Right? The wars is important because it was the wars of the 3 kings, right? That is in The Hobbit. Thank you. Okay? A lot of the stuff that we see in The Hobbit is biblical. But if they could just change the name Lebanon of Lebanon and Iraq to Eric, Erech, okay, and we don't go study the mountainous ranges that they're putting up there and put the maps, the old maps right there by it, you'll never know that they're telling you the Bible. They're telling you the other stories of what happened to David and all those other people. They're in there. But God said, I got mysteries. He hid it. Well, if you go through all of the mythology, the names and the stories is pretty much all the same. Just like I said, when you go over to uh, Norse mythology, they have the tree that Abraham sat under, and where God came to visit him. Okay, Miramar, my they Miramar. They play with the letters, but Aram and all of those names, they're in those. Even the Nephilim and the sons of different people that we see in our Bible, they're in Celtic mythology and in Norse mythology. The story, it's the same story, and the wars and all of that. So if those are Cain's children, that would make sense. Welcome, children of Adam. They sure did say that they did. This must be why some hobbits had animal tails and animal fur. Come on now. I just showed y'all the picture that they got of Cain yesterday. If this is Cain or one of his descendants, why he got dog ears? They're saying Sargon the Magnificent, the first one, was actually Cain. And we know that they changed names. We know that. Because Ireland used to be land. Like the people from and Uruk, UK, is now Iraq or Iraq. Iraq. Ireland used to be land. The same place where Moses and Abraham them went. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I told y'all IRER, UR, and AR are interchangeable. Okay? And once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. This is why maps and understanding the meaning of names, understanding the history, it'll help you put the Bible pieces together because it's right there in your face. God said no man is going to leave the earth without hearing the word of the Lord, right? Did he say that it had to come from the Bible? Don't you think a really crazy thing would people would say, well, I never read the Bible. He said, but you did watch Lord of the Rings. And that was the Bible too. You did watch Game of Thrones, and you watched all the Marvel, and the Marvel characters are the men of renown from Genesis 6. So whether you read it or you watched it, there was a storyline that came. Because why don't we hear more stories about the men of renown? Huh? The Bible put it's right there. And it says either giants or Nephilim were on the earth. Well, where's the races of giants? Because it wasn't just a few, it was over 200. There was beasts and monsters in the land because miscegenation. But again, if you go, and this is a simple class, we didn't do this a lot, but I got to tell y'all, if you go to Joshua chapter 10, verse 13, it literally mentions the book of Jasher. If 99.9% of the pastors would go and read the book of Jasher, you will find out that God, even at the Tower of Babel, turned men into elephant men and ape men. And we have movies about that. That they were an advanced race, and the Creator cursed them. People don't know that literally, the Planet of the Apes literally comes from the book of Jasher. And in that movie, you see the Tower of Babel in the back. Okay? You said Nephilim were wiped out in the flood. They are demons now looking for bodies to possess. No, they weren't, because the Bible even tells you that the giants were here before the flood and after. Have you not read Genesis 6? You don't read Genesis 6? Let's see. Because David was clearly after the flood. So were Jacob and those guys. Here's your Bible. So, I turned right to it. How is that? Looky. Right there. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward. After what? The flood. When the sons of God went into the daughters of men and had children by them, they were the heroes. Well, if you know that Noah was 210 feet tall, that's how the giants were still here. Oh. And if you want to look in the anti-Lebanon area, his coffin is there. I have a book from 1897 that tells you, and it all they know where the grave of Seth is and Abel, and it says that their graves were 30 feet tall. What you making a 30 feet tall coffin for unless you got to fit a 28 to 29 foot body in it? Oh, they got Gilgamesh too. They do. Get your screenshot stuff ready. We'll get you together. Don't worry about it. You're going to need to screenshot this for educational purposes only so that you can know where to look for the maps. Okay, 2 shots. Bashan. Anybody know who Og of Bashan is? Raise your hand if you know who Og, O-G, as to why they have y'all saying that all the time. The lack of knowledge doesn't mean that all the knowledge was in the 66. It's all around us. It is. Okay, good. I'm happy you have. So screenshot this. You see, that's a Bashan and its giant cities. This book is from the 1800s. You see the Rephaim and Ashtaroth Karnaim? You see that? And it says right there, Jewish spies said long afterwards that they were as grasshoppers. Numbers. Oh, 13 and 33. These were the aboriginal inhabitants of Bashan and probably of the greater part of what? Canaan. Interesting. Most of them died out and were exterminated at a very early period, but a few remarkable specimens of the race, such as Goliath, Sippai, and Lami, and others. Goliath was after the flood. Right. Right. So were some others. Hopefully you screenshotted that. Now, we're going to get to the real business right here. See that? They were the terror of the Israelites. This is just the next page. And the champions of their foes as late as when? The time of David. A strange to say, traditionary memorials of these primeval giants exist now. Where? In almost every section of where? So I wonder why they trying to get over there, because there's primeval giants graves there in the form of graves of enormous dimensions, as the grave of Abel near Damascus is 30 feet long, that of Seth in anti-Lebanon about the same size, and that of Noah in where? Lebanon, which measures no less than 70 yards. That's 210 feet tall. Why would Noah need a grave that's 210 feet tall? Yeah, but Enoch says that the giants were 300 ells, and that's 450 feet tall. The first round, the immortals, and all you gotta do is look at Percy Jackson. When he went up there to talk to his daddy, Neil, he was like an ant. When he went to talk to his aunties, he was like an ant. Remember when he went up the elevator? He was like this big compared to them. Percy Jackson was. They were massive. That's because that's the first round of giants that were born in Genesis 6. And if you don't believe me, you can go look at Egypt. They have right there at is it Giza? They show you big people. There's a small person sitting on the side of them, and then when you see humans standing next to that statue, they look like ants. Exactly what the Bible said. Yeah. Did I not show y'all? I'm sorry. You got to learn how to say it a different way. I know, but don't spell it directly out. Listen. Don't spell it directly out because that's what brings them to the live. You gotta put H and E, and then because when you spell it out, that's why they AI is reading that, and then they'll start messing with the live. You just gotta find a different way to say it. I know what you're saying, but it's okay. Okay. So again, and the earth hasn't been destroyed since the flood. So if it was giants on the earth after the flood, where did they go? In the ground, maybe, when they're going in there, just like in the shows that we watch, and when they go into the large caves, there's whole apartment buildings and stuff that they thought was a cave, but it's all of these ancient apartment looking buildings, and they have whole seats cut out of rock, and there's all, the whole city's under us. Could that be where Cain and his giants and stuff went? Because the earth destroyed everything on the surface of the earth. It didn't say in it. The waters came, so anything that was on the surface of the earth was destroyed. Well, if I was on the inside of it in a cave that got a big boulder in it, and none of the all of the water shooting up past me, well, we gonna be good, and we'll just come out after the flood. Because you just saw right there in Genesis 6, they was here after the flood. He said he did. He said everything on the surface of the earth. He never said in it. You said their bodies were depleted and their spiritual means is going into a man, and then demons are looking. Not all of them. Not all of them, Janet. Mm-hmm. Goliath had brothers and cousins and other. They had to have a daddy. What do it say about his daddy? You said the movie The Book of David, giant lived in caves and rocks. Right. Again, y'all have to understand. Do me a favor, and I'm gonna do it right here. So if you think that they gave you all the information, they didn't. They didn't. How many of y'all was wondering where the females came from in the very beginning of the Bible? How was babies being made if they don't list no women? Tell me. Because the story right before this, the chapter 5, we just read chapter 6 about the giants being on the land, right? Right? Hear me. You see this? Okay, look. Right here. From Adam to Noah. Let's go right here to chapter, or verse 3. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness. Well, why was Cain or Abel not in his own likeness? Never mind, we'll get to that later. And in his own image, and he named him Seth. Interesting. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Wait a minute, what? Why pastors never read that? After he lived 800 years, right? He had other sons and daughters. Where are their names in here? Huh? Where are their names? And then we go to Seth. He lived 105 years and became the father of Enosh. And after that, he lived 807 years. And guess what? He had other sons and daughters. And every single one of these says, oh, they lived and they had other sons and daughters. Huh? Right. The Bible is not history and is a fable and tells of vision and prophecy of future to come to pass. Right. Sure. I don't argue with people about what I know. I mean, if that's your feeling, go ahead. But evidently, you've never been in any of my classes, and so then you probably wouldn't even type that. But amen. Okay. So, where are Adam and Eve's other children? It's funny he says that, or they, because if you read the book of Jasher, it tells you the name of the firstborn daughter of Adam and Eve, right? And it's also the place where science says is the same name is the name of Adam and Eve's first daughter, and they also say that's the birth place of civilization because that was the where the first babies were birthed. Because Adam and Eve weren't birthed, they were created. Whew. Crazy, right? They would just pluck that name out of the air and say, "Oh, this is the oldest place in civilization, and it's where the firstborn daughter was born." Right? Gotcha. Moving on. Moving on. Okay, go away. Warrior for niggas. Go away. Okay, King. Because I know you want some attention. Because why are you not teaching that on your live instead of mine? That's all I want to know. If you have so much information, you should definitely be going live so that your followers can find you. Oh no, Alina, we don't add people here, honey. Please don't do that. We don't give folks extra nothing. We don't, this ain't that type of place. We don't add, we don't attack, we don't do none of that. That's not what we do here. Because folks always try to come in my class teaching when they get on there live and, oh, okay. Yeah, we learn it. Okay, thank you. So, again, now that you know, oh, do me a favor. Let's go right back to that. Sorry, y'all. Y'all know how we got to do around here. We door knocking. If you go to Genesis here, it doesn't tell you when Eve died. You can look in all the chapters prior to 5. It tells you when Adam died. It never tells you when Eve died. Ever. You will not find it anywhere in this version of the Bible that Eve is dead. It doesn't tell you that Cain died either. Aswan, Egypt. Come on. Okay. It doesn't tell you when Eve died, but we know from reading the Jubilees in Jasher and the book of Adam and Eve that she died 6 days after Adam. That's actually where the Egyptians got their burial process, because an angel came down and helped Seth do the body. Did you know? And there's actually a book that Seth wrote that the angel helped him write out his mama and daddy's story, but it's in the Vatican. They got copies. They just don't want y'all to know so that you're right. You can also read it in, give me 1 second. The book of Adam and Eve. There's several versions. The life of Adam and Eve. But look at this. You got your screenshots ready? Is this the right way? Oh, it is. Take a screenshot of that. Educational purposes only. Look at that. The death and burial of Adam and Eve. That is not in your regular Bible. Eve's repentance at Adam's death. The return of God with his angels to come and get the body. Interesting. Interesting. Adam's soul taken up to heavenly paradise. What happened? Look at that. When Jesus showed up, when God showed up, hello. When they came to the place where your father Adam was lying, the chariot stood, and seraphim were between your father and the chariot. I myself saw golden censers and 3 bowls, and behold, all the angels with frankincense, and the censers and the bowls came to the altar and breathed on them. And the fumes the fumes of the incense hid the sky, and all the angels fell down and worshipped God, crying out and saying, Holy Jael, forgive, for he is your image and the work of your holy hands. And then I, Eve, saw 2 great and fearful mysteries standing before God. But look at y'all wanna know why they hid it from me? Look right there. Eve asked the question, and who are those 2 dark-skinned persons assisting at the prayer of your father. What? Is this why they took it out? Because you will see that right there. You see, then Seth got up and came to his mother. They're watching. God opened up the veil so that they could see. And there was some dark-skinned people in the heavens assisting with their father's uh, reception into the place. Wonder why they hid that. Wonder why they hid that. And I wonder why they hid that the mark of Cain was a leprous white spot in a place where pretty much everybody had melanin. That's an important deal there. That's an important deal. But yeah, the burial of Adam's body. You see? Huh. You see it? I hope y'all screenshotting it so you can read it with your own eyes. And you see there's scriptural references on the side. Second Enoch, you see boom at the bottom. Then he spoke to the archangel Michael, go into paradise to the third heaven and bring me the cloths, 3 cloths of linen and silk. Oh, cover Adam's body with the cloths and bring oil from the oil of the fragrance and pour it on him. Interesting. You mean like how they did Jesus right before his crucifixion? No, and not that they use the same oils. Oh. A lot of people don't even know why the things that were brought to Jesus. You said I had the Torah and these stories are missing. Listen, a lot of people don't understand why the wise men brought what they brought to Jesus. But if you read the book of Adam and Eve and you've ever heard that Jesus was the second Adam and he came to undo everything the first Adam did, you would understand those gifts that they brought to Jesus when he was born, because those are all the first things that God gave to Adam and Eve when they got kicked out of the garden as housewarming gifts. Gold, frankincense, myrrh. These things were brought, but you have to read Adam and Eve to even. So that's why when people are like, oh, it's not relevant to salvation. Sure it is, because you don't even know why those things. Oh, he was a king. No, that's not it. Okay, y'all, hold on. My daughter is calling me. Give me 1 second. Oh, I'm going to have to pause this live. I'm live. Sorry, y'all. It's my baby calling me. My YouTube is CERCA TROVA 22. This. The name of the book, can y'all put it up here for them? Because y'all know they be playing. If I show it, they won't let this class keep going. But it's the author of the book is James H. Charlesworth. It's a 2-book set. You said right, because if they were right. You said you're so knowledgeable and beautiful to witness. Thank you so much. God didn't make me sit in the house for almost 20 years learning. I was a church kid, y'all. Everybody in my family is pastors, bishops, ministers, high up in the PAW and all of that. I know, and I studied the 66 my whole life, and I would ask questions. Thank you, Old Testament, and they never could give me the answers. And I asked God to give them to me, and He did. Charlesworth. Yeah. So, if you want to know, God said there's mysteries right in His Word. And the mysteries are, if you go to Joshua chapter 10, and it says Jasher, you go read Jasher, and that's how you find out that there's a lot more that went on than what you think. Like Moses and his interaction with Pharaoh, and even though that was his grandkid, different things, that there's so much more to the story. Like Adam and Eve, listen, Adam and Eve lived 930 years. They were the first humans. Lucifer and his angels couldn't do nothing to us they didn't do to them. That's how generational curses started. So you think in 930 years that Lucifer tried to stop them from, he was going to be on them every day. And their children. Right? You hear me? So the thing is, don't look for what's there, look for what's not there. That is the mystery. When did Eve die? When did Cain die? You see what I'm saying? Like, prime example, going back to what I was telling y'all about how they say these books aren't relevant for salvation. Well, you don't even realize in the second half of the Bible, in the New Testament, why certain things are important. Because you don't have the rest of the story in the beginning of why, if Jesus is the second Adam, there's a lot of things that had to happen. Okay? The blood shed, the blood that Jesus shed was originally, okay, the first murder was Cain and Abel. That's what the first time blood went into the dirt unjustly. He came to undo that. This is so murderers can still go to heaven. It has everything to do with salvation. Okay? There's a lot of different things, like his umbilical cord or his foreskin from his circumcision was in the bottle of oil that Mary Magdalene had for 30 years. His stem cells. She's the only person on the planet that is recorded having Jesus' stem cell oil poured onto her. Maybe that's why they hid her story too, because her and Jesus had a lot of dialogue and it was real, real good. Okay? She literally got Jesus' DNA in her locks. Only person. It don't say nobody else got Jesus' oil in their hair, any of his DNA, nothing. Only her. In the locks of her hair, the locks. Okay? So, with that, you need to be looking into what they hid from you, not what they gave you. That's the mystery. What's missing? And it's a lot. Like Adam and Eve's other children. They had 53 or 63 other children, depending on what version of the books that you read. Where are the other 50 or 60 kids? What are their names? Why don't we know? It's important. Because then you will understand. How you going to study who your forefathers are? Everybody didn't come from Steph's line. Okay? Everybody didn't come from Steph's line. They didn't. But if you just read it how the Bible says, we all did. No, we didn't. No, that's not how that worked out. And how we know, okay, is because there were races of people that had dog heads. St. Christopher, we talked about it yesterday, that Jesus talked to. So you mean a man was just walking around with a whole dog head on? Huh? You know how we know that's not true? Because the genetic disorders of humans prove what was going on in the first city of Enoch. There are humans born with tails, humans born with webbed feet, webbed hands. There are humans born with just one eye. There are humans born with too much hair on their body, and they call it hypertrichosis, which is werewolf syndrome. Every single being that was created in the city of Enoch, too many teeth, 2 and 3 rows of teeth, extra fingers, extra toes, 2 wombs, both organs at the same place. All of these things, if you go and read what was happening, your brother had 2 rows of teeth. Come on, Jamila. But because a lot of times pastors don't let you study these things, then you just think, oh, it's a human genetic disorder. Where did it come from? That means something had to be introduced into the genome in order for the genetic disorder or interruption to be there. Oh, like in Genesis when God said all flesh had corrupted itself, even the animals. Because you think, why you drown the animals? What they do? You could have just killed other people. Oh, no, the animals was getting it in, huh? They was getting it in. And people are still having bestiality right now. So, I mean, okay. My friend from Egypt has a tail 4 inches long. Wait a minute. My friend from Egypt has a tail 4 inches long. It's hair right on her tail spot. No way. Your granddaughter, but it's hair like a goat. You just stay right there. You stay right there, girl. Like this? That's about 4 inches, you think? Because it's definitely going to be a hair patch. Like that? Like this? Like a hairy thing like that? Just like that? You mean like this? That's probably about 4 inches, girl. And that's right at the tailbone right there. Like that. Interesting. There are people that are born with those. She calls it her tails. Not as much hair, but yes. Oh, I believe it. Because there's people born with those too. They're called subcutaneous horns. You can look that up. We did this in the beginning of WOIU though. Who remembers we went through all the genetic disorders and we linked them to people's and certain beings that they told us were fairy tales, but our genetics shows something different. He said, I like when new people come in and we confirm what we know. Don't it make you feel good? Ain't it? Don't it? It make you feel real, real good. Yeah. What fairy tales? They wasn't fairy tales. It's just you don't know where to look to put the pieces together. So based on your studies, would you say that some of these unique qualities are a result of what they did? Yeah, all of them. Every genetic disorder that you see is, but you have to study, again, if you go and you read the book of Lamech of Cain, it tells, okay, in Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and all of the first books, it talks about not sleeping with animals. Why? Not eating hooved animals. Could that be because there were satyrs around? I just read to you in Jasher where it says they were practicing miscegenation, or as we call it, gene editing. Mental illness also, yes. Leviticus. They did. Do I have past videos online? Yes, we have almost 2,000 on YouTube. All them rules in the Old Testament and restrictions, because that's what they were doing. Right. And Cain's line is the one that sparked that up. Go get the book, Lamech of Cain. Literally, Lamech of Cain goes into detail about what was happening in the city of Enoch, as mentioned in the Bible in the first chapter. I was showing my granddaughter this book this weekend. Come on. Yep. So go look up whatever culture you want, and look up a giant that has the first letters OG. You can go to Japanese history, Chinese history, wherever you want to go. Go look up whatever culture you want, right? And then type in Og. They're going to have a version of it. Watch. I saw the Hindu version is like Uga or Uga or something like that. Go look. You said I read last night in the Book of the Bee that they took Cain's daughters and mated with them. They did. Ain't it good when you can find, you know where to go to get the information? Hold on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. What y'all find? They have to split hoops because they have to have split hoops because the one with the whole hooves are minotaurs, half human. I'm sorry. You know what I mean. It says we can only eat animals that chew cud, but not the ones who eat meat. Come on, Dean. I'm trying to tell you. It's real out here. You hear me? It's a reason. This is why, when we've said this again, and we've heard from a lot of our people that are from the islands, they want the fish with the head on it. It's a reason for that. They ain't just eat. And then we already been told you on your tuna can, it's a mermaid. Why is it not a regular tuna? They telling you without telling you what's in your can. So they can get you to eat altered meat, not the elites, on your tuna can. It is a mermaid. It is not a tuna. If I go and get a can of chicken, it better have a chicken on it. If I go and get a can of beef, it better have a cow on it. If I go get a can of corn and I open it and it's green beans, I'm gonna be. So then why are you okay with a mermaid being on your tuna can? A half human, half fish being. Interesting. If I go get a jar of strawberries, it's gonna have a picture of a strawberry. Mandarins, same thing. So why is it a mermaid on there? Never mind. You said the Matsing giants in Botswana, Africa. Okay. Some things the Bible said they got eyes, but they don't see. They got ears, but they can't hear nothing. That's what the Bible said. It ain't my words, the Bible's. Hello. Anyway, so what we were talking about yesterday, I want to get to this. And then I'm not going to keep y'all. If we got any islanders in here, ain't that why y'all always cook y'all fish with the head on it? Or if y'all going to eat a fish without the head on it, y'all cut it off. If you notice, even in Asia, a lot of their fish come with the head on it. It's a reason for that. Not just for the health benefits. They need to make sure that you ain't, because some people eat the head on, some people take it off. I know my grandma used to eat fish heads too, but she wasn't eating nothing. You eat yours with the head on, chicken of the sea, right? Come on. I'm just saying. It's stuff that's right in front of you that you've never paid attention to. You said islander here, and we do keep the head on. Come on. The Sudanese people are giants, like an Avatar. They are. That's why they use them. They told y'all with Avatar. Remember we talked about that. Because remember, we studied where the last race of giants ran to in one of the wars, I think, with David, and it was Sudan. You said, yep, I'm from the islands, but my mother taught us that my grandfather was a butcher, and he did not play about headless fish. Interesting. Yep, the head and the bones, everything. Oh, okay. It's a reason. that just didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't. You said I've been eating fish with the head ever since we studied about that a few years ago. Girl, you ain't about to play with me. Eating strange fruit and strange flesh. They desired it. The more they call it exotic now. That's what they call it now. So you ain't supposed to eat. Hey. Anyway, back to what we was reading yesterday, which is the questions of John. John is the one that we see in the picture of Jesus that is laid on his chest. My granny always had superstitions. Now I'm starting to understand they wasn't fake. No. Mind you, I have cans of tuna for my survival kits, but fresh fish, give me the whole fish, please. This. You do realize that cannibalism, and let's go back to this because we didn't get a chance to do this yesterday, right? And they show you the whole fish in that picture. They don't show you the pictures without the heads. They show you whole fish in that basket with the head on them. Cannibalism started prior to Jesus even being on earth, right? Well, technically, right? Before he was, because we have a whole different view of that, but we'll get there. Do we want to do it? Let's do it while we over here in Genesis. Before we get to this, let's do it before we get, because this might confuse some of y'all. Okay, if you got your regular Bible or whatever, can you go to Genesis 1? Because it's going to make this make sense. Genesis 1, and this is the, what version is this? NIV. And I'm not reading it online, so it might read a little different. We're just going to keep it going. Genesis 1. 1 and 1. Okay? Y'all ready? Genesis 1 and 1. Say here when you over there. I'm reading out of the NIV in my Bible right here. Normally I get my iPad, but I don't think it's charged. Y'all over there? About to show you something that a lot of people don't pay attention to. And my students know this, but we're going to reiterate it today. Okay, here we go. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good and separated the light from the darkness. My Bible is ripped. He called night. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. And God said, "Let there be an expanse between the water to separate water from water." And so God made the expanse and separated the water under the expanse from the water above it. We're going to skip all of that. Give me 1 second. All right. Y'all know the creation. But you see, in all of these verses, it says, and then God, and then God. So 3 says, and God. 6 says, and God. 5 says, God. All of these, y'all see this on chapter 1. If you go just skim through, and God said, "Let the land produce." And 26, then God said. And then 27, God created man. And then 28, God blessed them. And then 29, God said. All the way down, right? Now, when you get to Genesis 2, where it talks about Adam and Eve, in the 4th verse, right? Genesis 2 and 4. It says, "This is the account of the heavens and earth when they were created. When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens." Okay? If you skip down to verse 8, it says, "Now the Lord God planted a garden in the east in the Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. And the Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground." What changed? My class don't tell it. What changed? From 1 to 2, it went from God to the Lord God. My class, do not give it away. Why did it change in just 1 chapter? What changed? Lord means leadership. Okay. Okay. Jesus was created. Jesus was the first light, the light of the world. Everywhere after that in the Bible, you're going to see the Lord or the Lord God. So when you get to the latter chapters of Genesis and it said the Lord or when it talks about Moses meeting the Lord face to face, it was Jesus. He's always been here. So if you go back and read the Bible from the beginning and see, Jesus was really in these places. That's how he was able to be in the fire, in the fiery furnace, and in there with Daniel. And he was here. He said he knew Moses, and he knew he was here. When they said he was here. He saw Jesus because he was here the whole time. So if you go back and you read the Bible from it was a mist. He talked to them out of the cloud. No, he was here. You said my live messed up. He was here. The difference is God is the Father. No man can see his face. So when it says the Lord came walking through the garden, it was Jesus that they was hiding from. He was the one that made the clothes. Hello. He said, I left my Father's right hand to come down. And then I went back, which means he was alive when Lucifer was doing what he was doing. He already knew that Jesus was coming to earth. So he tried to hurry up and get here. Listen. Nephilim are spirit fathers and earthly mothers. They call them Gaia or Gaia. If you go study the Greek pantheon, they tell you which people had a father from heaven and a mother from earth. You mean like Genesis 6 says right here when it says, listen now. When men began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful and they married any of them that they chose. Men were already having kids. That's two different races right there. Two different types of beings. It makes a difference between men and sons of God. Why? Again, when men began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to who? Men. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful. Men had already begun to multiply, so it ain't like they seeing a woman for the first time because they already had sons and daughters. We just read that in 5. That Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters, and this one had other sons and daughters, and that one had other sons and daughters. Hello. So they had already been there. But the watcher said her booty fat. And I know Dad about to be mad at us, but I'm about to take on a human body, and I'm going to tap that. I'm going over there. Sons of God are angels. We're the sons and daughters of men and women. Hello? The ranks of angels are the sons of God. So he made heavenly bodies before he made earthly bodies. Hello? Sons of men, daughters of men, sons of God. Two different species of beings. Humans were already being born. Because right under that, this is your Bible now. Right after the angels married the human women, which is where we get our demigods and our immortals and all our Marvel characters. Yeah, they were created right here. Excuse me. It says the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them that they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit will not contend with man forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120. Did he say that the children of the women and angels would be 120? Or did he say men, humans? Get your Bible so you can tell me. Okay. You said every time you read this, I still be astonished like I never knew. Ain't it crazy how that, because they holler right there. Humans. He never said how long he was going to give the hybrids. Just that men. Okay? Never said the hybrids. And we've always seen movies about these ancient beings that are over 1,000 years old, and they can tell you all the wars and all the histories, and somehow or another somebody just stumble up on them. But they look like they're not that old. And they can change their form. You mean like their fathers, the angels? Because the Bible said you never know when you've entertained one. And some of us have let them in our house, and we didn't even know that that being wasn't even from here. This is scripture. You said, but my live started glitching. You said there is a clear distinction of the two, but if you're not paying attention, you miss it. Mm-hmm. You said, and this is in the first book. This in Genesis. This is Genesis. Genesis 6. A lot of people don't know why the flood had to happen, but if you go to Enoch, yeah. If you go to Enoch, right here, chapter 6. So the flood and the fall of the angels came at the same time. You said, but we have never heard a pastor teach on it. Well, that's why this is just like college. So then you can learn and you don't have to worry about getting kicked out of your organization. Right? I need you to screenshot this right here. I'm sorry, this right here. It's so funny that chapter 6 in Enoch is the story of chapter 6 in Genesis. Okay, I'm about to show you the rest of the story. That's why I told you it's not what you see, it's what's missing. So, see this right here? The follow the angels. In those days when the children of man had multiplied, Genesis 6 and 1, right? It happened that there were born to them handsome and beautiful daughters, and the angels, the children of heaven, saw them and desired them, and they said one to another, come and let us choose wives for ourselves from among the daughters of man, and beget us children. And so these are the leaders of the angels, and they decided to descend on Ardos, and this is all their names right here. Now this is a name you should pay attention to, because there's something in the early Bible, Baraquiel, they spelled it a little different, but yeah, you should pay attention to that. Right? Right? Now, right. This is Enoch. Okay? So look right here too though. Hold on, let me find it. Is that another way that Iraq could be spelled? Or Uruk? U-R-U-K? Huh? Wonder where that come from. You see it? I told y'all that I-R, E-R, U-R, A-R are all interchangeable. So if you know what you're looking for, you will find something. Because there's a man mentioned early on, and it says he's the brother of her father, and his name is Baraquiel or Barak. But it don't tell you who the father of that person is. Well, we know for a fact that angels can change their age and everything. And if you see a little kid just wandering around and you think, oh, you don't have no parents whole time, and so you adopt him and then marry him to your daughter, you don't know that he's an angel. You have no idea, because they as a matter of fact, what we read yesterday, the reason, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, the reason that Lucifer wants you to do plastic surgery is mind-blowing, isn't it, y'all? Who want to know why Lucifer wants y'all to do plastic surgery? To not look like how God made you to be. We just found the answer, and it's mind-blowing. Ooh. I'm going to let y'all read it with your own eyes. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. I'm just going to tell y'all. It's in here. So basically, Lucifer's punishment was to make him look human. That was his punishment. And it's in the Questions of John, in the New Testament Apocrypha. You said, because you said he created you perfect in his image. Why would you want to change that? Right. But remember, we read and it's in here. If I slow myself down, I can find it. But basically, he took his angelic look and think about it now, we're dirt. Do you think a being that was made out of the cosmos wants to then have to take on a face of something that he feels like is below him, dirt and spit mixed together? Huh? God changed him from his original form. So he wants you to change from your original form too. He don't want you to be how God made you, because he does not get to look still the way that God made him. And they're androgynous, yes. Ain't that crazy? So this is why he puts on costumes, to make people think that he still is beautiful. Now, he can change form so he can make himself look, but you still don't. You can't replicate the glory that God gave you. And when you realize that Lucifer was the overseer over heaven, he was the executive assistant, going through the layers. It's a John that laid on Jesus. When you see that, remember we said Jesus would say certain things to the group, and then there were private conversations where he would give his disciples the mysteries. We've been reading that. The world has been reading the parables that was given to everybody so everybody can understand. But the lost books is literally the secret conversations. It's so good. Yeah. The lost books is the stuff when it said he went and he talked privately with his disciples, or when he went and he told Moses to go up on the mountain and he talked with him, or it says the Lord talked with them. See, the parables is this. What did I do with it? Where did I sit it down at? Oh, under this book. This is the parables. These are the secret conversations. Because remember, in this, it says that all the miracles and things that Jesus did, they couldn't even, it's not enough books on the planet to hold them. So where the rest of it? Again, the next time you read your Bible, don't read it for what's there. Look for what is not there. And those are the mysteries that God said he has put in his Bible. If it names book of, and you know it's not in the table of contents in the Bible that you're reading, okay, then you might want to go looking for it. And can I tell y'all something? Nobody's going to have an excuse because we got the internet. Remember I said at the end times, people going to say, oh, ain't going to be no excuse. Well, I didn't know. My pastor never talked about it. Did you read the Bible? I told you to study for yourself. If you read Joshua chapter 10, it said there was a book of Jasher. Why you didn't go look? And then you could have told people what happened. Because Jasher takes you through the history. You cannot read Genesis without reading Jasher. You can't read Jasher without reading Jubilees. And then there's a few testaments and other things, Adam and Eve. This is to get the whole understanding. And there's still more. We're still finding things. But if you read Jasher, Jubilees, Genesis, and Enoch, and the book of Adam and Eve, baby, your understanding of Genesis is going to, people going to be like, how do you know that? Because the pieces are there. It's just, are you looking for them? Okay. A good example of this movie is Atlantis. Yes. Perfect example. God wants you to know. You said, and it's crazy because throughout the Bible, there are so many books mentioned that are not a part of the canon. Come on, you wonder why they took them out. God wouldn't have said seek and find if it was right there in front of you. You can't look for nothing. I mean, I'm looking at my phone. I don't have to look for it. It's right here. Okay, so then that might not be the phone I need to look for, but that other one, I'm going to have to seek and find for that because I just lay it anywhere. You said that's why folks say you can never get out of Genesis. We've been here 4.5, almost 5 years, and every time we turn around, we got to go back to Genesis and see something that we didn't see the first time we seen it, and we didn't been over there 19,000 times. Hello. This book was the New Testament Apocrypha, and the author is Burke. Book 3, I believe this is. You said, I saw a pastor preach this very thing in his church, and I was like, this man knows. Come on. Better open up they understanding, Reverend, because if you don't, you going to be in trouble. Hosea says that the pastors have refused to learn, and that's why he refused for them to be his pastors, because they want to keep teaching you what they learned, and that's it. They don't want you going nowhere outside of that. And so then the devil can use that, because now you don't know how to fight. The beings that's been here since the beginning. They old and ancient, honey. And it didn't say that God took their wisdom when he cast them down. He just took their looks. It didn't say he took their ability to do nothing either. This is how magic works. Because you got to call on an angel's name or write their sigil down and do a thing and they show up. Oh, that mean they still got power. God said they did. He said, I wish I was here in the beginning ordering some books now. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Girl, that's why all the classes is... You can go back to the beginning and feel like you here. If you catch a lot today, catch a lot today. Go. Now, listen. 2022 CERCA is a lot different from 2026. You said, did we say more powerful than with him? Who? Okay. So I was 41 and fresh out of divorce and on 10 pretty much every day. You're going to have to turn your TV down or your device. I would say don't look for it to feel like this, because it's not. It was grassroots. We were just getting over here and I was having to tell people off every day. I was a lot aggressive. Okay. Oh, okay. You said Noah said that we were more powerful than him. Who? You gotta be more specific. Okay. They mastered it. They did. So understand this CERCA, almost 5 years older. The other one, she still had a lot of fire. You said that was a 2021. You said, listen, hey, She's a different girl. This Circa is more refined, and she has learned her space where she needs to be, hun. You said, so you can call angels and demons the same way. Yes. They showed y'all it. Okay. Y'all think Supernatural is a documentary. You said, why do you think God is opening our eyes now? He said at the last days that things that had been hidden would be revealed. Even literature, young people are having dreams about the things to come. All of this was okay. Why keep talking to people that don't want to listen anyway? Chauncey! 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 I can't remember what movie it was from, but I know it was some talking animals in there, and he was like, I'm not deaf, I'm just ignoring her. Do you hear her voice? She's annoying. Remember this? I don't know what movie it was, but she just kept yelling Chauncey, and Chauncey could Dr. Doolittle. Chauncey could hear. He just thought she was annoying. Dr. Doolittle. Okay. They told us then that people could talk to animals. Some people still understand them. Bible. Okay. Biblical. It's biblical. So, girl, a lot of y'all was like Chauncey. Thank you. A lot of y'all was like Chauncey. God was sending messages to you, but you didn't want to hear it because you had been taught a certain way, and they taught you don't let nobody sway you from the way I'm teaching you. But also don't read what's right in front of you and don't research too deep into that. So then you're stuck in a space. Because God will be dropping. God says, come after me, find me, look deep, go high, searching for me and information. And thank you. The way that I move, it's the pastors telling you not to study about the principalities. Thank you so much. And the beings. Not God, because he put it in there. You think that Nebuchadnezzar being turned into an animal doesn't show you that you might need to go look into how that happened? They say, oh, we ain't supposed to study no witchcraft or understand that. What about the Witch of Endor and Simon the Sorcerer? Did you know that there's books about them too? You think God just threw that in there for no reason? It goes way deeper than just Simon the Sorcerer and what you read in it's a couple books about that dude. Because he did a whole bunch of stuff that's being done today, right now. You said church made me lazy. I felt like I was going, but something. But you said going, not going back and reading. Oh, you were going. Okay. I just got off the phone with my cousin 5 minutes ago and said the very same thing you're saying right now. Listen, I got my headphones on. You said, I think they don't want to listen because they just don't know yet. Oh, well, they running out of time. That's why a lot of Christians don't believe that we're in a tribulation right now and way further along than y'all think. On Amazon. It's the New Testament Apocrypha. Look that up. New Testament Apocrypha. Not Old Testament, New Testament Apocrypha. It's 3 books. You said yes. I was even watching Avatar, and when I say there's so much about what we read in there, girl, I told you that they be playing, selling us the Bible, telling us not to believe in it, all the while getting our money for popcorn and candy to go watch it. What movie have y'all watched that our studies from the Lost Books and the all of them, all the never ending story? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All of y'all Marvel is named after one of the um even your AI assistant. Thank you. Even your AI assistant is named after a fallen angel, a high ranking one at that. Siri and Alexa, it's just spelled, and And this one's A L E X H instead of A. High ranking demon. Thank you. You said how the different tribes represent the tribes of the Bible and other races. Come on, the Narnia Chronicles. I love it. Watching the last Airbender got me. I said, look at our class. I'm trying to tell you. You said she asked me if we're supposed to read anything else. You'll read T.D. Jakes' book. He wasn't alive when Jesus was alive. You got every one of those. Thank you. I appreciate that's cute. Huh? You'll read Joel Osteen's books. They was not alive when Jesus was alive. Show me where Jesus charged anybody to teach him the word. I didn't see them paying convention fees when they were sitting out there with Jesus. As a matter of fact, Jesus fed everybody for free. Thank you. Thank you. So you got to pay to go to the convention. You got to pay to get in the church. You got to pay to park. You got to pay. You got to pay. And she said, I paid it all. Oh, okay. It's free to learn the Bible over here. You said MCU is literally pulling from the scriptures. The movie Eternal has Gilgamesh and the fallen angels. Come on. Come on. Tell them. You ain't going to be able to say you didn't know because you either watched the Bible or you read it. It's up to you. Thank you, Pumpkin. You said you're not wrong. You said it's all Bible stories and Bible movies. You can't say you ain't seen the Bible or heard the Bible because it's all in there. Listen, the joke is on you. I ain't no Christian yet, but you still watch the Bible. It's okay. Because you ain't searched not a name. Doctor Strange? Oh. Yeah. All those symbols are real. Every symbol you seen in there, real. You know how I know? Got a book in there with them. Mm-hmm. Paris, listen. You said I never heard Jesus talking about Hail Marys and money to forgive folks. Come on. Forgiveness is free, honey. You said, yeah, they say they don't read the books out of the Bible, but you want to buy their books that they wrote. Come on. Gotta pay to get baptized. I consider myself a follower of the Creator and the Savior of the world. I do not put a name on it because, again, Lucifer even started that stuff to keep the body of Christ divided. That's why I said this is not church, it's school. Welcome. I'm going to show you. We have a plaque here with our name on it somewhere. Y'all see it? Oh, it's behind my chair. See this? This is our plaque for our university. We outside International University, and we are international free school. You can go watch all our videos. Most of the videos are ad-free on YouTube. Some of the older ones are not. But you can become a member here, a student. And all you got to do is bring your pen and paper. And you're going to need a lot of stickies and a lot of highlighters. I'm going to tell you right now. You're going to need that. Because we go through thousands every year. And that's not a joke. Of the sticky tabs, yeah, it gets real bad around here. We got to re-up about every 2 months. Lighters. You're going to need a lot of highlighters. Highlighters and pens. We got a lot of pens. And find one that is easy for you to write with, you know? Because you're going to do a lot of writing. You will always have to write down a time in the day. Thank you so much. It's okay. Listen, this is the thing. That's why we do the lives over here. So, hey, Alicia, anything that you miss, I appreciate you. Thank you, Pumpkin. That's cute. Anything that you miss, you can find it. Like, y'all can go all the way back to 22 when we started at, like, Genesis and why the earth had to be destroyed. And, like, a lot of people don't know, the water was 33,000 feet. It was 33,000 feet of water that flooded the earth. And there's books, Jasher, in different places where it talks about, you know, how many L's. But again, back to the giants. The Incredibles too. The Immortals are like the first generations of giants. If Adam and Eve were 30 feet tall, okay, and they mate with an angel, okay, that's what I was about to show y'all. TT, I was watching Spider-Man with my kids yesterday, and it all pops out everywhere, don't it? All the symbols. Him throwing up the Baphomet? Right. You said yes, where we read different biblical books and have very interesting discussions of our comprehension. And don't it make your toes wiggle? You said it's free and you learn a lot more of what we need to know. Come on, Chris. Listen, my YouTube is CERCA TROVA 22. It's backwards, but this. Not that part. Just CERCA TROVA 22. And we got almost 19. You said, and now we having to pay for water when Jesus is the living water. Come on. You said, found you when you first posted the video about the giants. Been in wow of your teachings ever since. Oh, thank you. Listen, this is the thing, right? If you want to know, you gonna like it here. If you want to stay like this with blinders on, you gonna hate it here, because we found out something about saliva yesterday that was wild. Saliva and venom, yeah, wild. You would have never even thought that had anything to do with infertility. Saliva. Did you know that saliva slows down sperm? We didn't. And there's certain things that God don't want you doing, or he don't approve of you doing. And I wonder if that is why certain IVF and things. Yes, you can look it up. Scientifically proven that saliva slows down a man's sperm. Spit. We just learned that if you spit on a seed and plant it, yes, Isabel, go look it up. In real life. Yeah, we learned that yesterday, didn't we? And we talked to saliva slows down sperm. And those two things are called sodomy. I mean, interesting. And Lucifer pushes that. Is it because he don't want no more humans born and he knows it slows down the whole baby making process? Interesting. Wild. You said so saliva is what you can put on a snake bite. Interesting. I didn't know that. But remember, we heard that Lucifer, when he planted the seed in the garden for the tree of good, like, right? Because it's so much more deeper. They give us the cut and dry version, y'all. Is anybody here a gardener? And you've heard that if you take a seed of whatever you're going to plant and you roll it around in your saliva and then plant it, that tree or fruit or whatever it is actually it becomes medicine for you, for your specific DNA. Y'all heard that before? It's true, Snake Pit Dojo. So if Lucifer took his spit, now God gave the seed. Lucifer was around when the angels were planting the trees and the earth. It was angels. It's angels of the trees, angels of the grass, angels of the water. These were the people that were planting things and doing things, okay? We've been on YouTube the whole time, y'all. We don't be over here. So if you want to come to class, you got to come to YouTube or either Substack. So if Lucifer was the one that had the seed of the tree of good, right? Think about this now. But he put his spit on venom on the seed and planted it, then that seed, even though God gave him, because it said all the seeds and the herbs of the field and stuff, they was good. God saw it and he made it good. But if Lucifer was the one, and it says that he planted the seed of sin in the garden. Oh, a literal. And this is how the tree became good and evil. Hello? It grew up in a tree, so when she ate the fruit, it was already tainted. Right. Right. So your DNA is mixed in that plant. They didn't know that they were naked until after they ate. Because angels got to see a lot different view from what he did. So he got, oh, okay. And because, mind you, he had already failed. He had already caused some other people to fall. He already had hatred and bitterness and wrath in his heart. So what you are is in your spit, ain't it? So what did that tree grow up? That's where the bitterness root comes from. That's where the hatred root. That's where the murderous root, the lying, the deceit. You don't mean that you're only that, but they took from the tree of good and evil. You have to fight against yourself. Okay. Okay. Yep. And that's why every person after Adam and Eve is a sinner. Hello. Because they took in sin. They took it in. And we are all born in sin and shaped in iniquity, right? Every person that came out of Adam and Eve is. Wonder how that got in there. When God made us good, he made us, and it wasn't until, oh, okay. And then in the Bible, he said it's going to be enmity between your seed and his seed. Whose? Not just the demons. Because again, the incubus and succubus spirit those are the demons that prey on men and women while they're sleeping, people, and try to do acts with them while they're asleep. Incubus and succubus, we see it all the time in the movie where the evil spirit come and the woman ain't really a woman, but the man is having a dream, or vice versa. It happens with women too. The incubus and the succubus, because they are still trying to mate with humans even now. You said God turned that all around. All those bitter plants and herbs can be used to cure you too. Right. That's when Jesus came and he undid it. Not just Lilith. Lilith was a group of demons, not just one. That comes from where is the sorry, down. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Lilith was actually a race of female demons. This is where Sedu, S-E for seduce, the Sedu or the Lilithu were an actual race of female demons. It's not just one. People be like Lilith. No, it's not just Lilith. It's actually, here we go. I'll show you. We do a lot of research around here, and I will show you the name of this book, but I can't. So I'm just going to do this right here. See this? Lilithu or Ardat Lily. This is where Lilith gets her names from. But you see this? The Lilu, some form of ghost with feminine counterparts. You see this? And the Lilithu or the Ardat Lily, right? They're also, where we go? Here we go. The seducing spirits. The Sedu, the Lilithu, right? So it's not just one Lilith. They were females. It was that, but they spin it was just one. No, it was a whole group of female spirits. This is the devils and evil spirits of Babylonia, if you want to know. That's the name of the book. But do you see that? Ancient Sumerian. So a lot of our words, and people just take stuff and run with it, but they don't do the etymology. It's important that you do. And you can read. And I'm going to tell you what it says on the front of here. The devils and evil spirits of Babylonia, being Babylonian and Assyrian, incantations against the demons, schools, vampires, hobgoblins, ghosts, and keyword, kindred evil spirits which attack mankind. Kindred evil spirits. Kindred means family, because Cain's children went and started sleeping with all of the people and the angels that became their family, but just distant. Oh, kindred evil spirits which attack mankind. Again, there's that Genesis, the distinction between spirit and man, flesh, right? But in Babylon, R. Campbell Thompson. R. Campbell Thompson. Very interesting read. It's a lot in there too. You said, wait, because that happened to me 2 nights ago. Woke up and had to say a specific prayer. You need to anoint the 4 posts of your bed. hmm And you might have to anoint the doorways, like your closet. Spirits, because people think that spirits need, like, they can come through any door opening they want to. You just get some olive oil and pray over it, and whatever God brings to your mind, like, thank you, Lord. It's just like what they did in Egypt. That still works. So that the death spirit couldn't come. But just like in Monsters Inc., they showed y'all, they don't have to come through your front door. They just need an opening. Windows, doors. They can come up through the ground if it's a portal in the spirit there. Monsters Inc. showed y'all spiritual warfare, and a lot of people just thought it was cute because Boo was in it. But Monsters Inc., literally, the demons, remember, the monsters, fear is what powered them. But laughter at the end was stronger. Right? Well, that's true in your body. When you laugh, you clean your spleen. Your spleen filters your spinal fluid, which gets to all the other organs in your body. Fear, the opposite. You said, yeah, the monster came when they were asleep. Right. Right. Remember fear juice. That's what they was collecting. You said that's there is a reason why kids are afraid of the closet. Right. In the windows too. And remember, they show y'all what they doing. And y'all don't believe it. That's spiritual warfare right there. And the demons was willing to chase that baby all over to get to her. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, until something bigger and better and smarter came along. I've had to re-anoint my home and rooms multiple times, like this a lot. Well, you need to go through there and see what's in there. You might have something in your house that you don't even realize is the door. Demons attach to inanimate objects. That's in all the scary movies. They attach to dolls, chests, a spoon, a shirt, whatever. They can attach to whatever they can attach to animals too. This is why in certain places, when God told his people to go in there and annihilate everything, he said the animals as well, because we see from the pigs that demons can hide in animals. So when he say go in there and don't even leave the sheep, he understands the spirits that are there, and they will run into the animals, and then you take that back to your camp, and it hops out of the animal and into a person, and then that spirit is running rampant all over again. Amulets and bright, right? All they need is a host. Yep. Found a crack in my yard this morning. I anointed my house before I came to work. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Right. So if you want to know, if you want an entry level class on how demons work to get into your home, watch Monsters Inc. and Monsters University. You said, Dean, you was on it. I had to pray over my pet too. Yeah. Hellhounds and the cats for magic and all of that. Listen, people be looking for their animals, and their animal come back and the animal is different because it might not be your animal. Shapeshifters can shape into whatever they see or touch. How many people said, I don't know, my dog got lost and he came back and I don't know, he's just been different ever since, because it might not be your animal. A lot of lore is true. You said, I felt bad energy from an object I bought in my house before. I got rid of it so fast. I'm trying to tell you. You said, I've been anointing my house since I first came here in 2022, and my house has been peaceful. Come on, because it's a real thing. Sabrina and her cat. Yep, let me run to the restroom, y'all. So, understand. And all of that, if you go and read Enoch, you'll understand where all that came from. All of that came from Enoch. I mean, not all of it came from Enoch, but you can read about all of that in the book of Enoch, how those things came to pass. You said, when I prayed over my pet, he wouldn't come in the house. I know how it go, girl. Plenty of time. Snoop Dogg showed you he turned into a Doberman. Ned was a big old viperous snake. I mean, sorry, y'all. Ooh, all this water and coffee. Okay. Yep. So you said I'm still blown about the saliva. I have to go back and and rewatch. I have so many questions. It's okay, Punky. I'm a thrifter too. I just always pray over everything that I buy from the thrift store. Hello. You said not a cat mine's not a cat of mine, but a cat tried to hold me hostage one morning. He wouldn't move from in front of my door. Yeah, I told y'all. You said the saliva was mind blowing. Listen, all of our classes, and I'm not saying that because of me, I'm saying that because God allows our classes. Um, gotcha. Thank you. Uh, I might have read it just under another name. That's the thing. I have several books up here that are other pieces to the stories, and someone just took it and named it what they wanted. Like a lot of people that read the Emerald Tablets are just reading Clement. Ain't that funny? Clement and the Emerald Tablets is the same book. Thank you. Right? So folks be Emerald Tablets, Emerald Tablets, Emerald Tablets, and it's Clement. Burke. Burke. There's several though. There's three different ones. I see again. Over here I can't show y'all the books. That's why I be telling y'all like we come over here so that y'all know we still having class. But I suggest you go to Substack if you have that. Substack and YouTube. Cause then when we have classes like yesterday, we had the class over there. I showed every book. I'll show you the name of it and everything. But over here I can't because I don't have a card and I don't sell nothing. So that's where I say if you want to see the books, because when we don't do class over here, I can show you every last one of these books, names, everything. I just can't do it over here. You said I am very wary about bringing things in my home from thrift shops. Yeah, you need to be wary about bringing them home from the store. It's a book you can read called The Gates of Hell. It's supposed to be for kids, but it tell you what these big corporations do when they build them warehouses. They do rituals right on that land. And a lot of your kids' toys is named, the new stuff is the stuff, the demonic. I'm not saying the old stuff ain't, but most of the toys in the store right now are demonic. They're occult games. That answer my question about the tree of knowledge and of good and evil when I got home. The last classes will be linked together. Okay. Most of the toys, like these books right here, the Ology series, if you go on Amazon and look up the Ology series, it's for kids ages 5 to like 12. All of this is real. There's real, they tell your kids how to do magic, when the moon is waning and waxing, what materials they need. We got a book down here that's supposed to be for kids. And it has all the Solomonic magic in it. It's called the Wizardcraft, the Book of Wizardcraft. It's supposed to be for kids. And the little, the cover of it looks so cute. This is for educational purposes only. This look like something you would give your kid. It's real magic in here. It's real. Disney teach your kids real magic. Abracadabra is the most powerful magic word there is, next to the names of God. And you start teaching your kid before they could even say it. You hit them a wad and say, "Here, look, it's so cute." This is a kid book. This is on the first page. You see that magic word right there? Oh. The most powerful magical word next to the names of God. Uh-huh. And this is a kid book about Merlin, supposedly, but everything in here is Solomonic magic. How to turn wizards in your animals into familiars. And all of this is in a kid's book. And then if you go and you research Solomon and the magic that he was doing, you'll see some. All the signs on Disney are real magic symbols. I want y'all to know that. Don't think because they made it cute that it ain't real. They tell you we are the most magical place on earth. You don't believe it? All of them. They all are part of that. Shriners got a hospital. Why? For the organs. And it gives them access to children. Like if you go look up the map, right? People and all of those people, their symbols are in your hospitals. Most times, if you go to a kid's ER, the symbols right before you walk through the door are the symbols for the peoples. Next, matter of fact, just go look up your children's hospital. Look up the people that are attracted to children, what their symbols look like, and see if you can find them in a waiting room at your hospital. They right there on the walls. I know because I just seen one when I took I guess it's my niece, or I mean not my niece, my grandson. Mm-hmm. Most of the names of your hospitals, y'all don't. Okay, if you ever watch Charmed, the same symbol that's on their book is on your hospitals. Ascension. Go look up the symbol for Ascension. I think it's called Ascension. No, Eskenazi. Go look up. It might be Ascension and Eskenazi. If you go look up the symbol that's on them hospitals, it's the same symbol that's on the front of the Charmed book. But the word magic and pharmacy are interchangeable. They're the same word. Pharmakeia means witchcraft, incantation, spells, and poison. And pharmakeia is where we get our word pharmacy. Most of your medicine is named after demons. We talk about this all the time. All of the time. And the fact that Lady Gaga did a whole song on the word and a spell too. Mm-hmm. Just like y'all girl did her movie, her She gave her shout out to the fallen angels in 22. And then started telling y'all about the end of the world. She was telling y'all which horses was coming, and y'all just thought it was so glamorous. There are so many witches at hospitals. There are. Anyway, here we go. We was talking about the height of these men that were being talked about in Genesis, right? So who was here for the distinction between men and the sons of God? Raise your hand. I'm about to show you something, and then we're going to get out of here and get to what we're supposed to get to. We've been on here for a long time, 3 hours already. If you were here for the Genesis 6 reading, if you were here for Genesis 5 reading, okay. So you saw where it said there was giants on the earth before and after the flood, but that also came right after the sons of God went into the women. God said only men were going to live 120 years. That was as much as he was going to give them because he was tired of them. But it didn't say how long the immortals and stuff. Hey, the immortals and stuff were going to live. It just said men, humans. Okay, good job. Here we go. This is Enoch, chapter 1. Book 1 of Enoch, chapter 7. So it says, and they took wives unto themselves, and every one respectively chose one woman for himself. In the beginning they did that. And they began to go unto them, or into them. And they taught them, this is talking about the fallen angels now. Once they saw that the women, the daughters of men were beautiful. This is Genesis 6. But this is Enoch. So Enoch 7. And it says, and they taught them magical medicine. The first thing that the fallen angels taught the women that they got pregnant was magic medicine. The word for pharmacy is pharmakia, and it means incantations, witchcraft, spells, and poison. Go look it up for yourself. Well, the root word for pharmacy means magic, medicine. And the first thing that the fallen angels taught the women that they got pregnant, that were the mothers of the Nephilim, was magic. Interesting. What we call chemistry now. Okay. If you don't believe me, I'll show you a thing or two. All of these symbols are magic symbols. They are also chemistry symbols. Oh. So why, if magic and medicine are not the same? Oh, is that Poseidon's trident? No, why would that be a thing? And all of these are in the angelic sigils. All of these symbols make up the angelic symbols. And angels are the elements. They were made out of the elements. Interesting. Isn't that wild how that works? Is it? Tis it? These are the, what you see? These are the angel sigils, some of them. Now, they didn't put their name on them, but all of these are what I just showed you. These are all angel symbols, but they're all, this is their markings. Oh, that looked like a baseball diamond. Interesting. If you build it, they will come. You said you are a library of knowledge and wisdom. Thank you for sharing with us. You're welcome. You're welcome. I like when people go looking. You know what I'm saying? Look at angel symbols. Interesting. These are all symbols of chemistry. Some folks wearing this in their nose right now. Interesting, right? These are all angel symbols, okay? Some of us had stuff like this in our house up on our wall and didn't even know. Wonder why certain things be happening in your space. Your Bluetooth symbols and stuff is in here too. Don't trip. Now, why would the Wi-Fi symbol be in a book of angel symbols? That makes no sense. Oh. Yeah, why is you marking anything with an angel symbol? Ain't that crazy how that works? Right in front of your face. Uh-huh. But signs and symbols, we don't, the pastors tell you not to look at that stuff. Oh, okay. And I tell you all the time, I bet you your pastor got some Gucci or some Louis Vuitton or something, right? Angel numbers, I don't fool with them. It's magic. Okay? You said didn't know the ring in my nose was a symbol. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to what we was just reading. Now, think about what you just said, Trina. Look here. Go back to what we was just reading now. We at 7. And tell me if you didn't think logos are symbols. They are. And they took wives unto themselves, and everyone respectively chose one woman for himself, and they began to go into them. And they taught them magic medicine, incantations, the cutting of roots, and taught them about plants. Okay? So we know that part. Then it says, and the women became pregnant and gave birth to great giants whose heights were 300 cubits. That's 450 feet tall. An ell and a cubit are the same. It's a measurement between 18 and 21 inches. So an ell is an elbow. I know niggas that used to call it elbow something else, but we're going to move on. So an ell or cubit is from the tip of your finger, your middle finger, to the inside of your elbow. It's a unit of measurement. It's a cubit. It's between 18 and 21 inches. Okay? So this is how they used to measure. From this, the tip of your middle finger to, it should be between 18 and 21 inches, and that's how they measured. Okay? So when you see ell or cubit, it means the same thing. It's the same 18 to 21 inches, depending on, a man or female or, whatever. So, right? Just know that. So a cubit is about 18 to 21 inches. When you do the math, it says that their sons, now they don't come out big, but the women were already 30 feet tall. Okay? The women were already 30 feet tall. 25 to 30 feet. I just showed y'all a book where it said that. Okay? So when the angels mated with 25 to 30 foot women, their sons were 450 feet tall. These are the immortals. You said they've been playing in our face from the gate. Yes, they have, Chris. Yeah, but that's why the Bible says study to show yourself approved. Look for yourself and you're going to see something. But if you just keep going off what they telling you, you're going to be blind. It's the blind leading the blind. Because Christians will argue you down that angels don't have organs to create babies, even though the Bible says they do. I said, oh, you don't believe it? No. Who are the sons of God? Us. I said, we're the sons and daughters of men, humans. When Jesus came, we were made sons of God and daughters of God, but not prior to that. No. And humans were already reproducing, so why would he need to say again that humans are reproducing? Make that make sense. He already said that in the first, when men began to multiply and daughters were born to them. So then why would he repeat the same thing? So now it's some other men that then found why, what? He just repeated the same thing in the first couple of scriptures? No, there's a difference between the two species. There's angels and there's men, humans. Supernatural. Okay? All right. Right. Here we go. So it says, these giants consumed the produce of all the people until the people detested feeding them. Some of the first famines were because of these beings. Because how much does a being that's 450 feet tall eat? Tell me. Ooh. I think my... Oh, there we go. Right. Do you see? She's standing on top of his feet. This was a ruler. That skirt meant that that was a king or a pharaoh. This is a fully grown woman. I don't know if you can see that, but she's standing on top of his feet. How many grown women do you know that can stand on top of a man's feet and her head barely reaches their knees? There is no body behavior. Come on, stop. They be playing. It's a whole statue. This is why we don't show books over here. They already trying to restrict my life. But do you see this? There's 3 different size people here. This one, and these people. This is us right here. When the Bible says that you look like grasshoppers, look. Do you see this? These are the people of Canaan. This Egypt, but these are the rulers. There's 3 different, because look, this is probably the size that Daniel was, because I told y'all Jacob's sons were giants too. So here's a man, and then here's the people that Numbers 33 said look like grasshoppers. You think we look like grasshoppers to them if they stood up? I think so. Here's a man, and these are humans right there. 6 foot. You see it. You said, but they don't know how the pyramids were built. They built them. And them. And them. So, what Numbers 33 said, that when Joshua and the spies went over into Canaan, and it says, hold on, we look like grasshoppers to them. Even this person wouldn't look like a grasshopper to them, but these regular sized humans right here do. This is a man down on a horse. You said a 450-foot tall human would need to consume roughly 1.8 million to 2.5 million calories and about 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of food every single day. Famine. How much do a cow weigh? Cows don't weigh 4,000 pounds, do they? See, see the humans down there on a horse? This man is on a horse. These are regular sized people like right now. Do you see that? He's on a horse. Go back. He's on a freaking horse. These people look like grasshoppers to them, which is exactly what the Bible said. Eat a whole village. Exactly. Right. Grasshoppers, ants. 3 different sizes of people on this page. So they can tell you the Bible ain't real if you don't know where to go looking. They can tell you that demons ain't real, or you don't have to, because, I mean, the ruler of this world is deceit. So there's that, the spirit of deceit, deceived. That's how they've been able to tell us that, that was the right way. Tell us that all of this stuff was mythology, and it's really biblical. You said, right, I heard on a Reels clip, angels don't have sperm to create life, and I knew I was on a good high because it's in the Bible. You said, why did they create life? They're giant babies in the punishment. Right, Chris. But again, people don't believe what's right in front of them. I done told y'all that a gazillion times. Because they'll talk about Goliath, but not about how Goliath got here. Because if If that were not possible, where did the giants come from? Where they guys fell off onto our planet? You said they don't believe the Bible that they read. They don't see at all. They don't. They don't even research any of it. You said it's making too much sense. Well, good. I pray that it sends you down a million rabbit holes. Because the Bible is very interesting, just not the version that they gave to everybody. Thank you, Isaiah. Not the version. You got parables, or you can get what Jesus told his friends, and that be so juicy. My toes is doing like this right now. It's so good, and every day we find out something that we got to go back and say, oh my God, this is why this happened. This is why this is every day. And we've been doing this for over almost 2,000 classes, and every single day it is another mind-blowing moment about why God said what he said. Okay, look. We're going to finish what we started yesterday. Okay. So if you have the book that we were reading out of yesterday, which is New Testament Apocrypha, book 3, please go to 581. You said the Bible gives us crumbs, the other books give us the buffet. It does. You said, yes, I want the mysteries of the Bible, not the parables. That part. That part. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to understand, like for real, it's listen, you'll be reading for 20 plus years and still barely scratch the surface. But it's so good because it'll be so much information. People are like, how do you know that? Don't worry about it. Do you want to know for yourself? Because I can send you down the rabbit hole. I'll kick you nicely. But you're going to be swirling around for a long time. But in a good way. Okay? So, we right here at Concerning the Day of Judgment, page 581. Okay? No, 3. New Testament Apocrypha 3. Book 3. The NTP, book 3. We got so many now. Gotta clarify, right? Okay? So it says, and afterward I asked the Lord. Now this is John, the Revelator. You said the basic instruction before leaving Earth 66 is the parable. It is. It really. You said I can testify. What? You said I could testify that rabbit hole 1,000%. I'm trying to tell you, and we still looking, and it's still good, and we still seeing that God is so amazing. All right, here we go. And afterward, I asked the Lord about the day of judgment. What will be the sign in your coming? And responded, the Lord said, and it will come to pass when the number of the just is completed, according to the fallen number of crowned ones. That's something I didn't know. Remember, we read yesterday that when Lucifer fell, he had that tail, 7 tails. He took a third of heaven with him, a third of the stars, a third of the angels. And we know for a fact that in order for Armageddon to kick off and for this leader to come to power, a third of the earth's population, roughly a third or a fourth of the population, has to pass away in order for certain things to happen. I think that's pretty wild. How about you? See, we never knew why a third of the population or a fourth of the population had to go away. It's because as it is in heaven, so it is on earth. Ain't that interesting? So the same amount of fallen angels is going to have to be the equivalent of humanity falling in this short span in order for the rest of this stuff to kick off. That's mind blowing. You said, yep, that's why the elites are always talking about depopulation. And they want Armageddon to happen. Crazy, right? I heard my mom listening to you on her phone before work. Am I allowed to stay for class? Yes. Yes, of course. Welcome. High five mama, because she wants you to know. People don't realize that this Lucifer, he's about to be a modern day Nephilim. Y'all realize the Antichrist is modern day Nephilim? He's going to be able to change his shape and everything. Once the spirit of Lucifer inhabits him when he's down in the city and his body going to lay there for 3 days, this is why people are going to think he's the Messiah. Yes. Okay? He's going to copy everything Christ did. So he's going to lay in the middle of that place that a lot of people don't like right now for 3 days. And when he gets back up, people are going to be like, oh my God, he's the Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Whole time, it's Lucifer got his body back. A body. Right. He going to be able to call fire down from heaven just like Jesus did. All these things. All the things. And when he get back up, it's going to be Lucifer in the flesh. Like Jesus was God in the flesh. He can't do nothing like original. You said the new Marvel movie centers this? Really, Jade? I didn't know. I'm going to have to look at it. Really? I didn't know. Mm. 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 Doom something. What is it? Something Doom. I think I did see that. And it was talking about basically, yeah, something of doom or some doomsday. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what we're talking about right now, doomsday. Only thing he won't be able to do is restore life. Come on. Come on, Danny. You know the story. You said the brand new Spider-Man. Interesting. Brand new day Spider-Man. Interesting. You said, will this video be on YouTube? They always are. We got over 2,000 of these. Oh, well, getting close. I shouldn't say over. We're over 1,900. We're almost at 2,000. Well, we break it down like this. So, look, come on. So, it says, responding, the Lord said, and it will come to pass when the number of the just is completed according to the fallen number of crowned ones. Then Satan will be released from his prison, having immense wrath, and he will make war against the just. And the just will call on the Lord their God, and at once the Lord will command his archangel to sound the trumpet. And the voice of the archangel will carry out from the heavens, and we will be heard even to the underworld. Could that be why all the stuff that's hidden in the underworld is getting ready to come out? Because they're going to hear the trumpet and they know what time it is. We've seen in all the movies, honey, that the stuff that's been living in the earth, they do some kind of whatever, and all of a sudden it's all these soldiers that's coming out like ghost soldiers, and they turning into these dog soldiers and all of this stuff. The dog-headed soldiers from Egypt and horsemen and all of this coming out the ground. Could it be because we gonna hear that trumpet, and that trumpet wakes them up, or allows the ground to open up enough? Because these sinkholes ain't there for nothing, like in the Euphrates River. Come on. God said, I mean, either you believe the word or you don't, that there are going to be what's the thing, lion, bird, what is it called? I always forget the name of that being. What is it called? And it's going to have the stinger. They got it up at the United Nations in New York. What is it called? Not a griffin. The other one. Starts with an M, I think. What is it? No. A manticore. If you look up what is described, it's like a manticore. God said them things is about to be stinging people. My mom told us about a horse with a man head, that you come by your house at night. I believe it. A centaur. Katy Perry portrayed one in her new music video. Did she? A manticore? Baby, they be telling you. Because if you go look at Beyonce's horses from her last tour, it's all the horses of the apocalypse. Wild. Very crazy that she used those specific. Interesting. You say yes, and one night my dad shot at it and the gun blew back in his face. I believe it. They've been telling y'all what's up, what's coming. And now she putting the manticores. And them got to come out at the end times. Like to sting the people and have them in a paralytic state and all of that. Oh, wow. Oh, what that man said. Oh, golly gee. So funny they've been telling y'all what's up. I also saw that y'all girl, Ariana, yeah, you remember what happened when she came out of the boardroom on her new video pedal? What was she covered in? Tell me. Y'all seen it? Blood. Interesting. Why was she covered in head to toe, drenched in blood? Because when the red horse came, bloodshed and war and death and famine. Well, she looks pretty thin, and she's covered in blood. Like war and famine, bloodshed and famine. And then Katy Perry brought out the manticore, which is the being that's going to come and be stinging people. And then, oh girl, Beyonce, she had the 4 horsemen. Are y'all opening up your eyes? Because all of these people go to the wood of a holly tree. Okay? And their master wants this end. So he be telling y'all what he want through y'all videos. And what's about to happen. Playing in y'all face. Hello. You said, yep, now she's talking about taking a break. I understand. You said, B also shows the horse at the Olympics. Oh, okay. I'm just saying. It's right in our face, and sometimes we don't pay attention. Okay. You said in Katy Perry video, Let It Burn starts off like that in the hospital, and they do something like an exorcism on her, and the tail comes out and sting them. Interesting. Interesting. Like you said, they always play in our face. It's exhausting and do. Yep, that's why the Bible say it's a lot of people walking around with eyeballs, but they still can't see. Mm-hmm. In real life. All right, here we go. It says, at once the Lord will command his archangel to sound the trumpet, and the voice of the archangel will carry out from the heavens and will be heard even to the underworld. The sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. Could that be Lucifer's legions getting ready for the fight between good and evil? And that overly expensive potion she sells called Sacred, just spelled differently. Oh, okay. No. It says Lucifer fell like lightning from heaven, and then they're numbered as the stars. But if you think about it, the rulers of darkness, right, can only shine their lights when the sun is not up. Stars move around, don't they? Enoch tells you. You said the stars that fell from heaven are the fallen angels, I think. Yes, the first ones. But the ones that are trapped in the heavens, okay, I'm going to show you something. Go back to Genesis. If you can go back to Genesis for me. Please. Okay. Go to Genesis 1 and 1 and 16. Well, 14. It says, and God said, let there be lights in the expanse of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark seasons, days, and years, and let them be lights in the expanse of the sky to give light on earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth, and to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was morning, and the fourth day. Okay? So if you go through here, let the water, and every winged bird, the creatures, boom, boom, boom. 24, let the land produce the living creatures according to their kinds, and so forth. 25, God made the wild animals according to their time. 26, then God said, let us make man in our image, in our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea. Right? Does it say in that beginning part where he created the angels? Because the angels were here before us, the humans. Just go back and skim through chapter 1, which is creation. Some versions say the ranks of armies of his heavenly beings, but specifically in verse 1, why would stars be judged unless they were beings? It says the stars are going to fall to earth. On the day of judgment, there's not going to be a sun, there's not going to be a moon, there'll be no rain, because the angels are the elements. They're also stars. That's why being a star, a rising star, exactly, angels are referred to as stars, exactly. Rising star in this world is Lucifer giving God the finger, because he was a falling star. And so he makes his people rising stars. And you see all the glitz and all the glam and the lights, camera, action is what Lucifer lost. So even with that, he's trying to recreate what he had in heaven on earth. Okay? we all have a guardian angel. And think about this. When do you see the stars? You can only see the stars at night. Most times. Most of them. You can only see the stars at night. So if that is a jail, because it says that the angels are jailed on the second heaven. Second heaven and the fifth heaven are jails. It's like the stratosphere and all of that. So if you look at it like that, then hold on. That makes sense. You said that is pretty awesome. So all of the elements on earth are angels, like water and fire. Yes. Okay. So the devil took fairies. The same thing that the fairies do, the angels did in the beginning. The furies. Right? You know, there's angels of the grass, angels of the water, angels of the clouds. This is why Enoch is important. That's why they keep trying to get into outer space. Yes. Starlink. NASA. The dragon around the stars. And it says when Lucifer fell from heaven, his tail caught. Not only that, what's the cloud? Right? The Bible tells us that the people that actually rule over us, the beings that rule over us, are in spiritual high places in the darkness. You mean where the stars are? You mean like how they showed us on Thor? Where the whole time from Earth it looked like a star, but if you know how to get there through a wormhole, it's an actual space. A jail for beings with supernatural powers. Ain't that what Thor said? That's what Enoch said too. It's different levels of, different angels hold specific elemental powers over the earth. Right. Well, Thor taught y'all that because it says that the fathers of the Nephilim, after a certain time, were jailed. And they were jailed in the darkness. Again, everything is under God. So then for them to be jailed under God could still be above us, which would be our darkness at nighttime where you can't see. And then all of a sudden, as the night comes, you can see lights. Well, on Judgment Day, it says it's not going to be no wind, no rain, no snow, no heat. No, none of that. Why? Because all of those angels are going to be getting judged. You said the babysitter of the star space person said some wild stuff about him. You said in the movie Noah, he got help from the stone angels to collect the wood. He did. You said this is, yes. You said all of it. You said this is pretty awesome. So all of the elements on earth are angels. Yes, like water and fire. Yes. And so think about it. If a person is an avatar, 9 times out of 10, like the avatar, he could control the wind and the powers of the rain and all of this old stuff. 9 times out of 10, his daddy was an angel. All you got to do is, okay, storm. She's a perfect example. Right? Because how is a star going to fall to earth and be judged? Make that make sense. God didn't need to remove the stars from earth in order to judge them. He could have judged them right there. But if they're beings, go look at some of the old petroglyphs and hieroglyphs and all of that stuff. They always showed him dealing with a star. The Egyptians, star. Not just the sun, there's other ones. The people that have the bird feet that are in Africa right now say that their ancestors came from Sirius B, and its people, scientists have said they didn't even know until whatever time that Sirius B was even a star. But these people in their writings have been drawing it for thousands and thousands of years, and they have bird feet. Like old girl Hathor, or whatever her name is, from the Egyptian culture. Oh. And they got bird feet. And angels have wings, and and then they made it with birds and stuff. So, I mean, you can look at it. I'll be right back. Go look it up real quick. promise you, every time I come back here, my allergies be wild. The Taino Indian from my island always draw the sun in stone with a face on it. Yes, the man in the moon. McDonald's even told us. You said the stars that fell from heaven. Yes, they blind. They can't see. They need to wear some glasses like DMC. Sorry, it's okay. They're my people, right? Do you mind? We got some folks in here that have web fingers and web toes, 2 uteruses, several rows of teeth, extra fingers, all of the stuff that came from the union of angels, animals, and human beings. The Bible is more real. That's why I said if you watch Narnia, it's a few of them. We listed a whole bunch of movies in here, but if you watch those all back to back, you're gonna see something. You said I heard of them. I studied about them at school. I think they are the Dogon tribe. That's true, from Mali, West Africa. Yes, yes, that's them, and their ancestor came from Sirius B. So how is it that they knew that way before the astronomers? Yeah, hold on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Yes. Isn't that wild though? How they keep selling this to us as, but you can go look up. Like I said, if you look at the people, most cultures have bird people. Okay, Indians. I mean, the Hindu races. All of them. There's people that have Seckle syndrome. It's called bird syndrome. So it's real. You just gotta know where to look, right? But let's get to this, and I'm gonna let y'all go because we've been here all day. All right. Okay. It says the four great winds will be loosed from their usual stations, and the earth shall tremble, and the sea, and the mountains, and the stars together. And then the sign of the sun will be revealed, SON, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. At once heaven will tremble and be darkened, and the sun will shine until the ninth hour. And then the Son of Man will be revealed in his glory, and all the saints and angels with him. And the seats will be placed above the clouds, and he will sit above the seat of his glory with the 12 apostles, with the 12 seats of his glory. Books will appear, and they will judge all the peoples of the earth. Then faith will be made known. The Son of Man will then send his angels and collect his elect from the heights of heaven to their ends, and they will lead them with them against me above the cloud of and they will lead them with them against me above the cloud of the air. Then the Son of God will send forth evil demons and cast them down with wrath, and all the tongues who believed in them. Come, you who have said, let us eat and drink and take those things that are here, and let us see how many accomplices they shall have from these. And I'm sorry, y'all. And I need my light on. Here we go. Sorry. Ugh. And at once all people shall stand with fear before the judge. The two books will be opened, and they will reveal all peoples with their proclamation, and will bring glory to the just in their sufferings with good works, and glory and honor will go to those having observed an angelic life. And those obeying iniquity will receive wrath and fury and anguish and indignity. Mm. And the Son of Man will separate his just ones from the sinners, saying to them, Come, you that are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. And then he will say to the sinners, Depart from me, you evildoers, into the everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. And the rest will see the final separation and will be turned back into hell, back into sinners in hell. Okay? So the sucky part about not reading the lost books of the Bible is this. It's a lot missing from that whole paradise and hell, like just the fire of Gehenna. Oh, yeah. It's way worse than what you think. And there's descriptions in the apocalypses of Elijah and Daniel and all of this. When it says God gave them a vision, see, a lot of times, like the vision of Paul, the Bible tells us about the vision of Paul, that he had one, but it just doesn't go into detail. Well, there's a book called The Vision of Paul, and it's scary. If anybody has read The Vision of Paul, can you raise your hand? Did it not make you want to go hop in your bed and hide it under the covers? When people have their NDEs, their near-death experience, the Apocalypse of Paul, The Vision of Paul, all of them. You hear me? They have different names, same. Okay? There is more books. There's more apocalypses. Okay? The apocalypse of Abraham, the apocalypse of Adam. God has been showing people pictures of the end. Okay? Ben. Telling them, we just read something recently and was like, how did they know that Elon was going to buy property in Memphis? Okay? And then say that's where the new God is going to come from. How did they know that 4,000 years ago? 3,000 years ago? And it describes exactly what he did and when. It was February, wasn't it? It was the second month or something like that. And we found out that it was a whole scary thing. No joke. I'm like, wait a minute. Now, how would they know that the son, it was him that said his son was deceased to him? Okay. In the same month that the book said that this leader was going to go through the earth and he was going to have these four sons. Two of them was this, and it described old boy Jared. And it's funny because in the days of Jared is when the giants, the Nephilim, came. And now we got a Jared that's working behind the scene with the leaders. It's real interesting how all of this is playing out in real life. Jared and Jared Kushner. The sons of Cush. Right? Not saying that, yeah. It's real crazy how they playing with the words, even in the names now. And you look up what was going on in the days of Cush and what happened with his line, and then we know what was happening in the days of Jared. Okay? We already know that's when the Nephilim came. In the seventh generation from Adam. 7th or 8th, depending on how you look at it. Okay. Well, here we go. It says, by the permission of the Father, the unbelieving spirits shall go out from their prison for a while. The unbelieving spirits will go out from their prison. Who knows when they were put in prison? Not the angels that's been in the sky. They didn't already fail. The other ones. Who knows when they were put in prison? And what's the percentage that was put away in prison? Nine-tenths of the demons were locked in the earth after the flood. Noah went to God and said, look, if you don't lock up some of these demons, we are not going to be able to repopulate the earth. Mestema was the head, and he went to God and was like, hold up, this is my dominion. These are a lot of the spirits of the giants, okay, and the beings, the centaurs, and all that died. Isn't it crazy how some mental illness makes you think that you're an animal? To the point where people start to make their body look like a specific animal. And that other persona has a different name. Interesting. Because the spirit of a satyr, or the spirit of a centaur, or the spirit of said mythical being has now entered into this human, and they start to mutilate their body to look like what has now inhabited them. Think about how many people have tattooed their eyes black, the whites. Think about how many people have tattooed the whites of their eyes bloodshot red. Think about how many people are now changing the color of their eye permanently with these under the lens, whatever. Well, normally when a spirit come in, the eyes change color, change shape, whatever. Oh, that's how you know that they not the only one in there. Interesting. And the eyes are the window to the soul. What you trying to cover up? Possession. Facts. We had a 16-year-old girl who said she was a cat, and you work in a mental facility. Hello. Fun fact, my eyes aren't compatible with any color contacts on the market. Interesting. Isn't it crazy? How we just been asleep. You said in the movie Fifth Element they shifted to humans by command. Interesting. How many of you think you'll look at movies differently now? Now that you know they're all documentaries. Because you have to wonder, what's in all the books in the large libraries and in the libraries that they don't let us look in? If you've ever seen the picture on social media with the man standing next to all those old books and the books are taller than 6 feet, what do you think is in there? And why they don't have those at our library? Right? Y'all seen a video, it's an old video from like the 50s or something, where there's people standing next to these books that are massive, taller than regular 6-foot men, wider than a man laying across. Okay? You said, right, auntie, just blissfully asleep, but now a ninja got insomnia. I'm trying to tell you, go to sleep for what? And who wrote them? Exactly. And why we can't see them? Why they gotta be in the libraries, and after all of the museum curators look at them, and then they give us the version, they do the remakes and give us the version of what they want us to know. Hey. Crazy, right? All right, here we go. And then I'm gonna go eat and lay down for a minute. It says, by the permission of the Father, the unbelieving spirits shall go out from their prison for a while, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be but one flock and one shepherd. Then, by permission of the Father, shadowy darkness And fire from Gehenna will come out of the depths of the earth and shall burn all. From the depths of the earth unto the firmament of the air there shall be fire. Why is that important? WOIUers, tell me why that's important. Though that specific passage and how it is explained, why is that important? Tell me. Y'all want me to read it again? Well, listen. By the permission of the Father, the unbelieving spirits shall go out from their prison for a while. They shall hear my voice, and there shall be but one flock and one shepherd. Then, by permission of the Father, shadowy darkness and fire from Gehenna will come up from the depths of the earth and shall burn all. From the depths of the earth unto the firmament of the air there shall be fire. Why? What is that? What does that have to do with? Because he will destroy everything this time, unlike when he destroyed the water with the first time. But remember, the water came out of the ground first, and then it came from heaven. It started to flood before it started to rain. You said because we seen those holes open up and folks running under the ground. Come on. Volcanic eruption, not just the wildfires now. Look at all the earthquakes that are happening, and look at all the sinkholes that are opening up. So if God, and the sinkholes are opening up just in the last 5 years, all over the place, massive ones. So much so that they're finding in mountains that there's whole ecosystems in there with 200-foot trees and whatnot. And other species of animals that haven't been seen for a long time. God said that at the end of the earth, what was in the earth was going to be exposed. It was going to come out. Okay? But also, when the earth flooded, the first time when the flood happened, the rain didn't come down first. It flooded. The 7 gates were open. The 7 geysers of the earth. That's how we got 7 continents. It didn't used to be like that. But the power of the water shooting up between the earth's crust is what separated, caused the earth to shake. Okay? And this is how the continents got to where they were. It's 7 continents and then broken off pieces. Well, the amount of force for the 7 gates of the earth to open up and all of that water to be pushed through the earth up first, because the water that came up was hot, y'all. It was not cold water. This is why a lot of people are petrified. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down. Because we looked up what are the conditions, what conditions would need to be in play to petrify human flesh. It's amazing. And then you just go look at the flood. You said right, but it says that he destroyed everything on the earth, not in it, but this time it will be different. Right. You right, Nisi Poo. I think we talked about that earlier. He destroyed everything on the surface of the earth, but not what was in the earth. Exactly. Putrefaction, just, Well, it's purification. He's going to purify the earth, of course. But just like the water came up and then it came down, the fire is going to come up and then it's going to come down as well. Right. He said it's going to be just like the flood. Okay? So fire is going to come up. What's been hidden in the earth, fire. Because think about it. What do they say the earth's core is? What do they tell us the earth's core is made up of? Tell me again. You said, and even everyone that's building bunkers and hiding won't survive it. Right? They're going to be boiled alive, cooked. Lava. Interesting. Wow. Magma. Is that why the ring of fire is so active right now? Some of y'all might not know, but we looked it up. It's over 1 million underwater volcanoes right now. It's only 1,500 that are above ground. Most of the volcanoes are under the water. Did you know? See, we be worried about the ones we can see. We need to be worried about what we can't see. Go look it up for yourself. We just did the you said all my island is made from lava rock. You're in Puerto Rico? Listen. Hello. Hello. And magma, which is the hottest. Okay. So then it makes sense when we read right here in our book when it says everything is going to be burned. Just like everything was washed away or wet, touched with water, flooded. It's just going to be fire this time. Isn't that interesting? Let's keep going. From the firmament of the air to the depths, and the Lord shall be in the firmament to the depths of the earth. The depth of that pit and fire where sinners dwell is so great that should a 30-year-old man lift a stone and drop it down there, it would scarcely reach the bottom in 3 years. This is what Jesus told John, who you see in the Last Supper, laying on his shoulder. John, could you imagine picking up a boulder, a little rock, and dropping it in a hole in your backyard, and it at 3 years you still ain't heard the clunk? Could you imagine falling through a hole for 3 years? Falling for 3 years is terrifying. You said it. That's scary in itself, and you ain't even got to the place of torment yet. Three years? So when he sends you to the Gehenna, you don't just immediately go to hell. It's a tormenting process the whole way down. Probably can die 10 times and still haven't finished filing. Oh, okay. Me either, Ash. That's torment in itself. Wondering when you gonna splat down and you still not splatting down. Scared the soul right out of you. So will T. Could you imagine? You said, I don't know why people play with God. Me either. Maybe because we kept falling for sin. Never mind. Here we go. It says, then Satan shall be bound in all his army and be sent into the lake of fire, and the Son of God will walk about the firmament with his elect. He will lock up the devil, being bound with mighty unbreakable chains, along with the sinners. Pleading and grieving, they will say, swallow us, O earth, and our works within you. And then the just will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father, and he will lead them out before the throne of the invisible Father. Behold, I and my children, whom God has given to me. O just one, the world did not know you, but I knew you in truth, because you sent me. Then the Father will respond to his Son, saying, O my beloved Son, sit at my right hand while I set down your enemies as a footstool for your feet. Those who have denied me and said, We are gods, and before us there is no other God, who killed your prophets and who persecuted your just ones, you will now take vengeance on them in the outer darkness, where there will be tears and gnashing of teeth. And the Son of God will sit at the right hand of his Father, and the Father will command his angels and will minister to them, and will place them in choirs of angels, and will dress them in incorruptible garments, and will give to them unfading crowns and unshakable thrones. God will be in their midst, and they will not hunger or thirst evermore, nor will the sun fall on them, nor any heat, and God will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and he will reign with his holy Father, and his reign will have no end forever and ever. Interesting. Okay. So, not falling for sin, right? That was the end of us reading the questions of John. Not John the Baptist, John the Revelator. But he had a whole bunch of questions for Jesus. A whole bunch of them. And Jesus answered them too. That's why I said, I don't want to be one of the people in the crowd. I want to be like the disciples. Because the disciples got what it really was. The groups got the parables. The gist of the story. No, give me the details. I need to know all the little bitty details. That's what Enoch is. Enoch is the details. Jasher is the details. Adam and Eve is the details. Hey, Auntie. It was pretty good. We was all over the place like usual. The sibling oracles is the details. The treatise of Shem is the details. The apocryphon of Ezekiel. The apocalypse of Zephaniah. The fourth book of Ezra. The Greek apocalypse of Ezra. The visions of Ezra. The questions of Ezra. The revelation of Ezra. The apocalypse of Shadrach. The apocalypse of, Baruch. The apocalypse of Abraham, apocalypse of Adam, apocalypse of Elijah, apocalypse of Daniel, the 12 patriarchs, the testament of Job, not just the book of Job, the testament of the 3 patriarchs, the testament of Isaac and Jacob, the testament of Moses, the testament of Solomon, the testament of Adam. Those are all the details. Not all, but a lot. And now we got even more books. So, if you read the Bible, people say, I read the Bible 10 times, right. I'm sure you did. But you missed everything. Because you read it that many times because it didn't make sense and you was trying to see if you see something else. But guess what? It's just not there, like when Eve died. Something so simple. But if you read Jasher and Jubilees, you'll find out. You will know. You said you've been following for 5 years, and you need to catch up. Well, here we go. We still on YouTube. There's nothing on my page on here. We still on YouTube, and we're on Substack now. Some of our classes are on Fanbase. Some of them is still on. No, I think we deleted all the Instagram ones. We on Fanbase too. You said right, because small things are big to me. That part. So if you want to know more about God, I say go ahead and get learning because you don't have much time, but. Yeah, look up the Apocrypha and just start over there. Start with the book of Adam and Eve. The infancy of Jesus Christ is amazing. Thomas's gospel of the infancy of Jesus Christ is great. The Protoevangelion, which is the story of Mary and how she walked when she was 9 months and how she went to the temple when she was 3 and she was fed by angels and all that she went through. Mary, the mother of God, you don't think she got a book? It just says she got pregnant with him, and you really don't hear nothing about her until the crucifixion. Oh, she had a whole book too. She was a teen mama and everything. She was 14 years old when she had Jesus. 13 or 14. They don't tell you that the mother of Jesus was a teen mom. Interesting. That would have been a vital thing, I feel like. All of them. They all got stuff. Judas got a book. Everybody. Yeah. So, I love y'all. I'm about to let y'all go. You said, do I have all the book titles listed somewhere? No. I used to have as many as what we read, but I don't anymore. But if you just look up New Testament and Old Testament Apocrypha, that's what you need. And a lot of those books are in there that I just listed. And you can find them like in a collection. You're welcome. You said in book 3, the dialogue with Jesus and the devil is really good too. Yes, all of it. It helps you understand even deeper. Like, oh, this is really deeper than what we thought. Okay, it'll help you not keep giving in to Satan and what he wants you to do when you realize why he's doing it. Right? Yeah. Right. Favored by the Most High. True statement. Okay, I love you. I love y'all too. So I don't know if we're gonna have class now. Well, we might this evening. We'll see. I don't know. But we've been in here 267 minutes. So I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all later.